Oh, here it is, the triumphant return. It's the weekly Alaboom, everybody.
Is it weekly if we miss 2 weeks?
Sure. Well, I mean, we told everybody that we would have to take a couple of weeks off. I was out of town for a wedding, and then I was gone at Origins. So all kinds of fun stuff we can talk about, however. But anyway, Barry, how you been for the last couple of weeks?
All right, I guess. Last week's been a little rough. Last 10 days or so with the weather. Today was the first day it didn't rain.
That's good though. You probably needed the rain.
Yeah, the plants did. I did not, but the plants did.
You didn't need to go and take a natural shower or anything, is what you're trying to say?
I do it once a Sunday, whether I need it or not.
Yeah. I make sure.
Nah, it's this type of weather kills me. It's like when it rains every day like that, and then it was a decent like 70-ish, and then the humidity came in and it was like 90 a couple days. And it just dropped all back down. So my back's just all over the place with it. To the point where I didn't do much at all last week, except for watch TV.
Well, that sucks. I hope you're feeling better.
I am a little today. I'll be hurting tomorrow though. I overdid it, I'm sure. I felt decent, so I started cleaning and then mowed the lawn and then got underneath the car.
See, you should have kids. I made the mow the lawn.
Yeah. It's too much bother. I'm waiting for the kid across the street to get a little older.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's always that. I mean, you can.
He's a little too short. Besides, he owes me. I punched him today. Saved his life.
You punched him and saved his life? I'm not following.
He was choking. He ate a piece of candy that got lodged in his throat, and I can't do the Heimlich anymore. I can't. Just my hands won't do it. So I grabbed him from behind, like sidearmed him in the front, and got him to puke, and then hit him again until he could breathe. Then his mother came. I was like, "Stick your finger down his throat."
What kind of candy was
it? It was a hard candy, like I guess a Jolly Rancher or something like that. He apparently just swallowed it instead of.
Well, thank God you were there.
His mother was right behind me, and she handled it very well. I just got to him before she did. Yeah.
Well, you want to poo-poo what you did? Go ahead, but
like I said, his mother was right there. I mean, like I said, the neighbor didn't know. The neighbor next to him actually gave him the candy, and he started freaking out. I'm like, "Yo, calm down. You're not helping this kid out. You're just scaring him."
Yeah. Still, that's scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, if you've ever been in one of those situations where you eat something and you're like, you realize that you're kind of choking, like, like you go from like completely fine to I'm gonna die panic mode in like 3 seconds. I don't know if you've ever had that happen where it's like, sitting there, you're hacking and like, and I'm even telling myself, just calm down, just you can handle this, but your body just starts going nutballs.
Yeah, you start panicking.
Not a good feeling at all.
No, it's not. No, it's not at all.
But now you get free lawn care for the rest of his life, right?
Yeah, he's not tall enough yet.
Well, no, as soon as he's tall enough, then.
Oh, me and his father already talked about that. Yeah. I was talking to my neighbor, and the tree behind her fell into her fence, knocked it down, and she was telling me the homeowners associate or the homeowners insurance said it's on her. I'm like, but it's the other guy's tree. And they said because it was all the branch that fell on her property was over on her side. It was on her. I don't know about that. Could be. I don't know. I never dealt with that.
That's all.
Yeah, this. But what else? I was going to go to a powwow, but the weather, I didn't make it with that. Kind of disappointing. It's been a few years since I've been to that one.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I got one cool thing to talk about as far as, so one of the things I love to do when I go to Origins, besides some of the places you go to get food, there's a place called Big Fun.
Big fun.
If you ever go to Origins, basically walk out of the exhibit hall, walk out towards the street, and then take a right, and you got to walk down about 3 blocks.
Oh, down by where that grilled cheese place was, that Melt, or what the hell is it called?
I don't know. But anyway, Big Fun is a place where you can buy all kinds of, they have all kinds of like weird toys and stuff like that, but they also have like retro toys and what have you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll talk about the Midgard thing here in a second. Hey Aldi, welcome back. But anyway, Big Fun has like crates and crates and crates of old cardboard that you can dig through, and a lot of the stuff is, you know, nothing we'd ever want to play or watch or anything like that, because it's just old, like Parker Brothers stuff. But every once in a while they have something cool. So they had this piece of old cardboard, Iron Crown Enterprises, the Battle of 5 Armies, the classic hex encounter war game, 2-player. Will I ever play it? Probably not, but it's complete. And I'm pretty jazzed about it. I mean, I just like the fact that like this piece of cardboard is, you know, 35 years old, and now it's mine, you know.
All yours.
And I wasn't gonna get it. I was like, I actually picked it up and they showed it to me, and I was like, and it's a pretty good price. It was only $60, and I was, you know, I didn't eBay check it or anything like that, because they know exactly what the stuff is worth when they have it there, right?
Yeah.
And then I left, and I was like, I'm never gonna play it. And then the more I thought about it, like the more I was like, that was stupid. I should just go back and get it. So I went back and I got it. Just because I have the War of the Ring box one they have of this, which is like, and you know, so I have that, and I have a few other Iron Crown Enterprise. ICE, Iron Crown, they were the ones that they published a lot of really, really cool stuff, including some cool role-playing games. They, if I'm remembering correctly, they did Middle Earth role-playing, which was based on the old Rollmaster rule set. It's a classic old D100 system. My buddy David ran a few campaigns in Middle Earth role-playing, and I really enjoyed it. And now those books are, I mean, I've often thought, oh man, I'd love to get a hold of some of those books. Man,
What books?
it's the Middle Earth role-playing, MERP, they called it. Middle Earth role-playing. I'd love to get a hold of some of those. Man,
They're not digital versions of those?
I'm sure somewhere on the interwebs you can find
You
digital
want the
ones.
Dead Tree version?
Yeah, I mean, I want the classic, and they're not cheap. I mean, every once in a while I'll see like a lot will go on sale. Like, oh, we've
I bet
got.
you can find it.
No, you can. I mean, I mean, everything's got a price, right? You know, so I mean, but I mean, it's something where if I wanted, you know, like if I wanted a good set of them, it'd be $1,000, you know, and then I'm like, well, that's stupid. Yeah, I mean, for all the books, you know, for all, like, I mean, that was back when, man, role-playing game companies like FOSSA or
Yeah, there's a lot of it on eBay, all very high priced.
Yep, they're
And any actually
all-
selling?
Well, probably not until that stuff just sits there until somebody pops on and sees it.
Yeah, someone
Like-
has someone has a nostalgia night and buys $1,000 worth of.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they got
Burp.
1,000. It's like when who was it? I guess at uh at GaryCon, a buddy of mine was telling me that I forget who it was. I forget what celebrity it was. I can't remember the name of the person, but not an A-list celebrity, but definitely enough of a name type celebrity. Like you recognize him when you see him. God, I can't remember who it was, but he went to the Noble Knight booth after playing like a first edition.
Oh, is it
It's not Manganiello. It's
no, I'm drawing a blank on his name. The hackers guy. What's his name?
Oh,
The what
Vaughn.
guy?
Yeah,
it was Vince Vaughn. It was
No,
Vince Vaughn.
Vaughn.
No, not Vince Vaughn. Oh,
But
okay.
in this one, it was Vince Vaughn. So then, so a buddy of mine who runs or owns Frog God Games, he hosted a
Matthew Lillard. I don't know why I didn't drew a blank on his name for some reason.
No, it wasn't him, but he
It
was
wasn't
there
him.
too.
Was it?
So he ran a dungeon crawl, all day, all night session. And he showed me the pictures of the people playing it, and it was all pretty much all celebrities except for a few other people. I mean,
Yeah.
it was like professional wrestler Paul White was there, Matthew Lillard. If you know the Giant or the Big Show, if you've ever
Oh, yeah,
seen
yeah.
him, he's like 7'4" and he's just huge.
Is he still alive?
Oh yeah, he's still alive.
I thought he died for some reason.
The Netflix canceled his show, but oh well.
No, I thought
Well,
he died for some reason.
No, he's still on. Doesn't wrestle anymore. He's retired.
22
Yeah,
bucks
yeah.
for $948. So up for sale now.
What is?
22 book lot.
Yeah,
For the low price of what? 2,200?
940.
1250. Yeah, 948. It's 1250
Mhm.
Canadian, 948.
But anyway,
This looks like it's missing. He takes pictures of all the books and it's got some X'd out. So he's missing. Who knows what? I can't see it. I can't quite read it.
it was a good system. It was a fun system.
I don't think it's worth $1,200.
No,
Or 900
No.
American, whatever.
that's like win the lottery and all my bills are paid. Maybe you go and do that kind of thing. But no. So after they played for like this mammoth D&D session that lasted 14 hours. Like Vince Vaughn had him bring him over. He brought him over to the Noble Knight booth, and Noble Knight, of course, buys and sells stuff, and they're quintessential old cardboard people. And he just said, "What do I need? That's first edition D&D, so I have like what I need to play, what I just played." And so he helped him out, and he said he just dropped thousands of dollars and just buying old books and stuff.
Sit on the
Because-
shelf.
What?
That's sit on the shelf.
Sit on the
Well,
shelf until some other
maybe.
schmuck decides.
I've got an
to buy 'em.
entire room full of it at the building.
Yeah, I know.
All my role playing games I put in the building.
And nobody ever played.
And nobody ever.
Nobody.
I mean, we look at them.
Yeah.
We don't really take them off the shelf.
Do you guys really play games there? Board games?
Yeah.
Do
There's
you?
board games. Yeah.
No, I know
So
they're
then-
there. I mean, but do you play?
I
'em?
played Stationfall last when we packed for BGG-Con right before.
You in that game? You're still in
I
love
love
with that.
that
I
game.
gotta play it. I gotta play it.
I love that game. You guys are talking. You
I'll have
gotta
to play it at BGG Con, and then I won't be able to find copies, and I'll be upset because
Yes.
you'll convince me it's cool. But then I'll be like, oh well, no big deal.
I'd never get that to the table here, Scott. That's yeah,
So-
and I don't want to play with other players because I don't want to hold them back. I don't-
Also at Big Fun, I got second edition Dungeons and Dragons DMG manual.
Mm.
This was
Big
super
Fun?
cheap. Yeah, Big Fun. Big Fun had this. It was only $20.
Is that Origins? Are you
Yeah,
talking
that-
Origins now?
So yeah, I'm
Oh, I want to
Origins.
hear about Origins. Yeah.
Well, I will
Origins.
talk to you about Origins. Just give me second year, but that was, but see, that
Kabuki Kid
was,
here?
that was
You
a,
just
that
got
was,
in, I think.
that was a $20 bill. Usually can't find, I mean, this is a 19, when was this? This is second edition
1952.
now.
I think I have that one. I think I bought
73.
that one.
1994.
I had like all the
it
second
says.
edition stuff. I bought too many books. Of those.
94.
I think I sold it all though.
It's a
Can't remember.
sophomore.
I don't think I kept it all. It's not. I think I
But-
put an eBay purge
But this was,
when I moved to California.
this was what I was excited about more than everything, because I have a pristine one of these that I don't want to use because it's pristine. But they had this one that's in worse condition, and this only ran me $30. And this is the,
Oh, I remember that.
oh yeah, and it's and it's got both
Yeah,
pieces.
yeah. I like that. I looked at the back of that photo or that painting
Oh yeah,
hours
so
because
so
there's
yeah.
like I'm like, oh, I could dreaming of playing this game. I could see it like right there on the screen.
so
I was
yeah, I
like,
mean,
oh my god.
this was the I mean, this was what everybody had, this one,
Yeah. I have
and they had this one, and you know what it was you'd have those in front of you, the two 6 pieces, so you'd have kind of this cave around you as the DMG, and what everybody's copy got busted up was the fact that when you put them up, because you wanted them to stay together, everybody put a paper clip to put those two
Oh.
sides together. So everybody's got like these markings, but these don't.
paper
These
clipped.
don't. Yeah, they were the
So it's
mark. Where the,
unused.
yeah. So yeah, I mean, it was like, so somebody didn't beat the heck out of it. Like I
Does it
said,
smell?
I have a mint condition one of these that I bought off of an auction site, but then this one was $30. And I
Does
was
it
like,
smell
cool.
old?
Mm-hmm.
It's just-
You mean, you know what it smells like?
Yeah, I know. I know.
Yeah.
It's
The
it's disappearing. That's
like mold or something.
Well, the one screen is mostly useless, but let's face it, Kabuki, you put that there to protect yourself against the other people throwing dice at you when you said that that they got eaten by a troll or whatever. So anyway. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. So that was my big thing. Okay, so let's talk Origins. I got so many stories about Origins.
so many.
No, I do.
Yeah,
So
let's hear the drama.
Are we gonna do grievances first? I have a grievance.
Well, I have
Those are good
grievances about.
Okay, so can I do mine
Origins.
first and then we
Yeah,
can
go
move
ahead.
on? I mean, because mine's very simple. My GeForce died today. Done. That's my
Your-
grievance. See how you get to the point?
Your card.
So my screen it would doing this weird thing where it would like go dark, not like black. It would go like everything would dim
right.
for like a second, and then it would come back to full, and then it would just dim. Like just every once in a while, it would just like kind of fade out and not fade out. It would just click, like dim, back up, dim.
That's really weird.
But that's yeah, exactly. I'm like, I wonder if it's a driver thing. So I would constantly be updating me drivers, thinking, oh, they're gonna fix it someday. Well, last night it blacked out, and the computer was still running because I was actually doing music stuff, and I could hear the music going in the background. I'm like, oh shit, okay, so it didn't crash. The screen just died, and the monitors do that thing where they're searching for signal.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, so the video signal's gone. So I was like, oh, maybe the cable came unplugged. Like sometimes I kick it out with my foot, like whatever.
Oh yeah,
Or the power goes out. I click some. I'm like, no, that wasn't it. So I pushed, the 3-finger salute, and of course it's a black screen, so I can't see anything. And I'm like, I guess I'll just power it down. So I hold, you do the whole power down, 10 seconds, it'll turn off thing.
Yeah.
GeForce, yeah. Never dies. Well, this one died.
Apparently, Scott got the bad one.
And it came back on, no problem. And I logged in. I do my login, and it immediately blacks out again. And I'm like, shit. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to boot in the safe mode, thinking, okay, something installed itself, making it break. Well, I hold, you do the F4 thing and you hold it down while it's booting, and a blue screen comes up and it says, we were unable to start Windows. I'm like, that's odd. That's a weird, I'd never seen the screen on because Windows 11. So it's like exit out and just start Windows. I'm like, okay, I'll just exit out and start Windows. So Windows starts up, I get my login screen and I'm in, everything's fine. All night. I went to bed, woke up today, started up fine. I was in a call with Candace, like right as soon as I took the call, it goes black. I'm like, ah, shit. And then I'm like, okay, I go, hold on, Candace, let me reboot and come back. So I reboot twice. Never came back. So it is dead, I think.
Killed it.
I mean, I might be able to do something with it, but I doubt it. I mean, I've done nothing to this computer.
Killed it.
So
How old is it?
not that old because it's the NZXT that I bought pre-pandemic, I guess.
Free. Okay.
Remember, because so it's at least 2019, I think. It's not that old.
Yeah, that's really weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
Killed it. You could
But
play
I've been playing Diablo. I mean, I haven't been playing that much Diablo, but I feel like maybe Diablo kind of pushed it over the edge. If it was dying. I mean, I'll blame Diablo. How about that?
We'll blame Diablo.
Yeah.
I'm blaming Candace for calling you, but we'll blame Diablo.
Yeah. No, it's all good with Candace.
Yeah, I know. That's what, yeah.
But it was just like, oh, it's dead.
What
And
class are you playing in Diablo?
I play the sorceress. I play a female sorcerer.
No, that's your problem right there.
Oh. Yeah, I started getting bored with that game. It's very repetitive. Of course.
My biggest
And
thing
I've
about
not
it
gotten
is-
through the camp. The campaign is massive.
No, the campaign is massive, and then but so I got it because I'm playing a couch co-op with my son, and that's pretty much the only reason why I play it, just because we have fun goofing around with it. He wants to test the limits of my patience, however, because whenever he gets anything, like whenever he picks up anything, he always wants to look at his character and see if it's better than what he got. Like he hasn't learned the let's just wait. Let's just wait till we get back and then we'll look.
I never look at anything I pick up.
Every single time he picks up an item that's if it's
all
yellow
crap anyway. Yeah.
If it's yellow, he has to stop and
you have to check the video. Yeah. Okay. So this was 2021 when I bought this thing, so it's not that old. So within 2 years,
2021,
May 30th, 2021. So just over 2 years.
Q&A from the shutdown. Yeah, it could be.
Give him a call.
Yeah.
Raise hell.
Maybe.
Yeah.
There's probably nothing I can do though. I mean, 2 years is $1 million.
Yeah. And like electronics, yeah.
And plus, you get to get the new GeForce now.
Yeah, that's true.
I hope it's nothing other than that because that would suck. Because I don't want to build another computer. Although I'm not going to build it. I don't want to buy another computer because this was kind of expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of warranty does?
I don't know.
You're not getting 2 years, I'm sure.
Report and returns. Let me see.
You never know. I mean, maybe they have something where
on a cart, maybe. I doubt though.
I don't know.
I mean, don't say no for other people.
You never know. Yeah, I mean, you never know.
Yeah, you never know.
They might have had like, oh yeah, all the batches from that are dying. So here you go.
That's what I'm saying.
I guess I could it can't hurt to ask.
Yeah.
Especially for like a fucking what did I buy? The stupid expensive one back then, 2 years ago. Because it was during Bitcoin.
Oh, that stuff. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, Bitcoin shit.
Isn't it crazy?
A 3090, $1,529.99. That's expensive for a video card.
Oh, it's like
I mean, it's not. I think it was. I think it was. I think that was the only place you could actually buy a video card back then. I remember looking, thinking, "Oh, I'm going to buy all the parts and put it again to a machine again." But NZXT was the only ones that had like a full build of that card.
Yeah, I remember like that was like if you wanted to get a good card, you had to like go to some place that did a built it,
or a pre-built,
anyway,
because there's my grievance, gentlemen.
So this is a grievance that's not really much of a grievance, but it's like one of those things where I was just like, I at the time I was infuriated, but I also, at the time, I had a great deal of patience for the situation. So, oh, hey, first of all, Mage's Musings just got 1,000 subscribers on his channel, and he's in the thing. So I wanted to tell Merlins to Gandaldor, congratulations for hitting that, and good luck with the he's going to do a giveaway for a bunch of RPG stuff. So that's so congratulations to him. I mean, seriously, like, I mean, the stuff that he does with, like, I mean, it's all Muppets and voiceovers and everything, and it's like he puts so much work into it, and he deserves way more subscribers than he has. So I hope it takes off on him.
Cool.
Anyway, but no, so when I was flying home, like the day I flight home, there were all of these like storms out east and stuff like that, and so flights are getting pushed back, and flights are getting pushed back and pushed back, which, you know, fine, but I'm going from Ohio to Chicago to Fargo, so it's not really affecting me. But they kept on pushing back. Solid job. Major Music does an amazing job. Solid job. Anyway, they kept like pushing, like when I checked in, they were like, oh, I need to check this for you. When I checked in, they're like, what's going on? Oh, you know, it's like the flights are taking off later, so I want to make sure you'll make your connection or something. I was like, oh, okay. And so then I wasn't really worried about it. And then they kept on pushing my plane back a little further, and then all of a sudden I was and like there were just lines of people everywhere in the section that I was in, and there were like flight is canceled, and there's like notifications coming over the intercom saying, you know, it's like, we apologize for the whatever, you know, and it's like, and these poor saps that are working the whatever, I mean, you know, it's like they're the first line of defense for people that are pissed off about not making it home or whatever. So, you know, I mean, I get, you know, that they're, you know, it gets annoying having somebody, oh, this sucks, you guys suck. You know, you can just know, it's tough, right? But then when I looked at my thing and they said, because of the fact that there was like, they had to fly around a storm, my 49-minute flight was going to take a little over 2 hours. And that meant I had like a 15-minute window to make my connection in Chicago, which means I wasn't making a connection in Chicago. That's just like, that's not happening.
Maybe if you're right at the same gate or something, which is
I mean, but even then it just doesn't happen, right?
Yeah.
So I was sitting there and so I'm waiting, and I get to the front, and I give her my thing, and whoop, you know, whatever. And I said, hey, I was like, I've only got like this tiny little window to make my connection. And I was very nice. I was like, hey, I realize there's a lot of stuff going on. I just need some advice. I said, you know, it looks like I've got maybe like a 15-minute window to make my connection when I get to Chicago, which means I'm not going to make it. Do you think I would be better off trying to figure out another way to get home from here? Or do you think I should go to Chicago and figure out a way from there? And she said, well, if you give me a second to check in a few more people, I'll see what options we have for flights out of Columbus. And I was like, cool. And there was this guy who was helping somebody else out who was pretty annoyed about the fact that like he couldn't get home to his home in New York, and he was like, you know, my wife is very sick, I need to get home, I need options, I will fly whatever airline you have, whatever you want, you need to give me options here. And this guy is trying to help him, and he's trying to figure out whatever. And then I'm hearing this conversation over here, and like the guy actually, like the guy that was helping him actually like deleted his flights or something, and so they were trying to like get his flights together, and like, you know, and this guy, you could see this guy, the guy across the counter was like losing his mind. He's like, what do you mean you deleted my flight? He's like, I did it by accident, sir. I'm getting it back, you know, just And in that process, when I was like waiting, and she was like, okay, let me go ahead and see what your option, what if we have any options for Columbus. And this guy literally like wasn't even part of the conversation that I was having. And I had been polite and nice to this lady. And like I was like, just tell me what's what so I can tell my wife whether or not I'm getting home. But do I need to find a place to stay? That kind of thing. This guy takes the time to walk 3 feet over to me like he's on the phone. He puts the phone down like this. So he, you know, the ubiquitous, I don't want to hear. And he said, you know, sir, the worst possible thing in the world isn't being stuck in an airport overnight. And then goes back to talking on his phone. And like, all I could picture in my mind was wrapping that phone cord around his neck. And just
He was on a wired phone?
yeah, just because he was there at the thing. The phones at the place, you know, like no, it was the person, the American Airlines person who was trying to call to find this guy another flight. And he, in the process of him helping this guy that's trying to get to New York, comes over to me to tell me that the worst thing in the world would.
This was the guy helping the other guy.
Yeah,
not the guy.
it wasn't the guy waiting to New York.
Okay, so it was the attendant.
Right. I got a little confused there.
And I was just
I got a little confused too.
And I just looked over and I was like,
why would he do that? That doesn't make any sense.
Because he's having a bad day, you know, whatever, you know, like he's got 1,000 people telling the people they suck, you know, and then she said there really isn't any options here. My suggestion to you would be to fly to Chicago. It's always better to get closer to home.
Yeah. Chicago's way more.
And then see what you can do from there.
From anywhere, yeah.
And I was like, okay. And I wanted to say, could you make sure that guy's tires are flat when he goes out to his car? You know, just like when I got in, and then as soon as we got in the air, so I was like, oh wow, cool. I got the whole row to myself, 2 spots all to myself, you know, poor man's first class. I was like, that's pretty nice, you know, and I got in, and it was actually like, you know, so I could sit by the window, and I was like, okay, I'll just put my head on the window. And then after we took off, the pilot said, we got the okay to actually go through. We got a little patch of clean air here. And actually we're going to be able to get our normal flight of, you know, 49 minutes airtime to get to Chicago. And I was like, oh, cool. I'm going to make my flight then.
Good thing you didn't.
However, that plane was
like bumpy motherfucker.
It was, and of course I'm looking out the window and I'm watching the
wings.
the wings
bouncing around.
like this. I was like, this sucks.
And that's why I don't like to fly.
You know, I'm sitting there watching this wing just like, you know, doing it was actually flapping to get us there faster. And in my mind, I'm seeing it just rip straight off of the side of the plane. And as I look on in horror, you know, but yeah, I mean, that guy had a pebble in his toe, you know, right? You know, he was just like, he had to come over and give me what for.
I mean, what did you say?
I just kind of looked at him and I said, okay, you know, I was like, I didn't know what else to say.
Yeah,
I was just kind of like,
how do you respond to that? I'm like, thank you very much.
I was just like, I know I narrowed my eyes at him because I was just like,
yeah,
I did one of these, like,
like weird.
And then he scuttled off to, you know, whatever. He scuttled off like a fiddler crab and, you know, took care of his crab. He just like, you know, I was just like, all right, well, thanks for helping. I mean, just like, oh no, wait, you didn't help at all. You're just a tool. But anyway, so what do you do? No, I mean, okay, so Origins. I can give you my thoughts on Origins as a publisher, and I can give you my thoughts on Origins as an attendee.
However you want to start. I mean, do you feel like you attended Origins by being a publisher? I don't know.
I don't know.
I
so,
guess you're Always-
the standard stuff, good food. There's always, there was a really good taco place we ate at that was amazing. There was this one restaurant called like Town Hall. I wasn't too impressed with it. It was probably just too loud and what have you. We went to the Sausage House, which is always good,
Oh, you got to go to Schmidt's, no line.
Yeah, so
Didn't have to
yeah.
wait?
No, I actually did not get my hot chicken. I never got over for hot chicken. It was just one of those things where I had too much stuff going on.
The hot chicken experiment.
Yeah, I didn't get over.
I think my hot chicken days are over.
I didn't hit up the North Market and go get hot chicken. So
One
I was
case
a
of
little
food
annoyed by
poisoning.
that. I was a little
Yeah,
annoyed
that's all
by
it
that.
takes.
Yeah, I know.
Uh,
Took me years to eat chicken once.
I did not play a single game while I was at Origins.
Why was you at
I-
a game fair?
Wait,
Yeah.
what?
I
How is that possible?
just
What did you do?
I
Moped
got
around?
up at
Mhm.
9. Went and got the booth rolling.
You didn't have a hangover?
No, I went to bed like about 10 or 11.
I saw
every
some
night.
drinking parties pictures posted.
Yeah, that one was from like a restaurant we were at. They were all.
Oh no, that was not the one I was talking about. But whatever.
Oh no,
I'm talking about
there's
from other people.
yeah. No, I was pretty lame. I just
I remember
went-
Origins being a heavy drinking convention.
well, I never ended
Depends
up
on who you're
on. I
with.
never ended up on the bar on 2, right? So like
Well,
the first
there's-
night we were there, we got the booth set up. We went to this taco place that was just amazing.
What was the name of the taco place?
Oh man, what is it? It's right across the street, and I can't think of it right now. It's like Taco Elite or something like that. I don't know. It's if I can look it up on the if I looked up the convention center, I can tell you what it is. But they were really, really good. It was. I think what probably sold it to me more, their chips were excellent, like homemade chips. They make it in store, kind of like what's his face?
Was it called Nada?
No,
Dos Hermanos?
no.
Local Cantina? El Segundo? House Taco?
You just-
I just said tacos near the convention center.
Columbus
Is it a speakeasy?
Convention
Be
Center.
Park Street
Oh,
Cantina?
funny if it was Chipotle.
I'm gonna find out because you're.
Yeah, I need to
you're
know.
bothering me.
This is important
You're-
information.
you're-
Scott
oh,
needs
it
to know
is.
because he's never going
believe me,
back to
I
Columbus again.
Fucking love tacos.
Yeah,
Agave and rye? No, not that.
just no, but
It says
it's
seriously
close-
the best taco I ever had. That's what it says on the map.
Let's close this. Let me see here.
Local cantina? No. Not agave and rye?
Taco Bell.
Yeah, it was. That's it. That's it. Taco Bell. It was some of the best I've ever had. It was
Is it-
beyond the beyond, if you will.
Was it near the Hyatt?
Sorry, somebody's texting me like crazy, so now I gotta figure out what's
Son
going
of a
on.
bitch.
Nada.
Nada.
Not
You already said
Nada?
that one.
Oh yeah. Park Street Cantina. I already said that.
You said that one.
Anyway, he'll find it.
Go fight it. He's done texting somebody. He has a habit of doing that. Yeah, starts a show and then texts people.
Let's see here.
I'm gonna guess it's agave and rye because the way
It wasn't agave and rye. Why can't I find? I'm trying to find the Columbus Convention Center on the map here.
tacos
somebody-
Rudos. That's too far.
There's somebody's house, back alley.
Nada.
You can keep saying words. It
I'm
doesn't
trying to be
doesn't help.
Bakersfield. Bakersfield.
That doesn't sound Mexican at all.
Agave and rye. All right, I'm gonna stop now.
It still wasn't agave
not agave
and
and
rye. Okay, there's the Hilton.
You sure wasn't Nada?
Gonna murder you guys.
Thanks for your unproductive input.
Yeah, thank you for your unproductive. Like, when you look at a map, it's supposed to tell you exactly where these things are. And here we go. I'm gonna try this. Columbus North Market.
Oh, it was in the
Yes.
market.
Oh,
Well,
was
no,
there-
because it's close. It's close to that. So, okay, there's the North Market. Okay, and there's Jenny's. Okay, now I got this. I'm.
was it on Park Street?
Maybe it was agave and rye. Yeah, I mean,
That's right
boy,
across. That's
Yeah,
literally
these-
right across.
boy, is my face red. Here, I'm gonna look at their menu and
It's
I'll be
not
able
like
to
Scott
tell
look at
you.
said
the
it
menu.
5 times. Yeah.
Well, I thought it
It's-
had a taco in the name.
Oh yeah, sure.
Epic food. Yeah, I think this is it. It was pretty amazing. Yeah,
Barley is
yeah, it
right next to
was.
Barley's Brewing Company.
Yeah, because we were gonna go
Okay.
there, but it was a wait, so we didn't go there. And then
Oh, yeah,
like,
tacos are better anyway.
yeah, no. So I had
Cool.
and like,
Glad
I
we
had-
figured it out.
Yeah. So I had we just had like the like the chips and queso and salsa and they just kept bringing us chips until we finished up, and their guac was amazing.
Oh, was that from where the picture was taken? Because I saw
Uh,
you like dipping something into something at the time the picture was taken.
With the sour
Probably,
puss.
yeah.
It was probably like a chips
And then
and
I had a swipe right taco and a
Swipe right.
swipe right taco, and also a what was it? The bomb taco, and they were both really good. And yeah, I would eat there again. It was super good. All
Herb
all
chicken, sweet and spicy bacon, aged white cheddar, salsa, sour cream, gluten free, is listed
Yeah.
with epic taco. Must be ordered without the flour shell. Oh, that's if it is gluten free.
Right.
The crown jewel. Ooh, a $20 taco.
Yeah.
Lobster,
I did not
mushroom,
get a crown jewel, but I mean, I
mac
saw
and
people.
cheese truffle. Oh my god, that doesn't sound great, but
No, it doesn't.
maybe it would be good. I don't know. The alderman.
How about the big thumper kangaroo meat?
I've had kangaroo. It's not bad.
Peppercorn kangaroo, house tater tots, corn salad, brie fondue. Yeah, the bomb sounds more. Ooh, wow! It had mac and cheese in it.
Yeah, it was
Oh
good.
my gosh, it is not.
Anyway,
it's
so that
not
was good
locale.
food.
You
No,
think, Scott?
no, it was not.
You think?
No, it was not. But yeah, so I went there and we ate that, and yeah, it was good stuff. Anyway, I didn't play a single game. I did, however, get there was
I
forget
just
what
can't fathom that.
Yeah,
Didn't we
just-
play games in last time we were there?
so
we
here's
played
the deal.
that. We played that
I
Connor
get
McGooey game. We played that
yeah, I know we did,
That-
but I mean,
for way
but-
too long.
But I got done working at the booth, and then I'd clean up the booth, get it set up for the next day, and then I would figure out what we were doing for food. If I was fending for myself, which I had to one night because Shane had some meetings. Otherwise, and there was one night we had a meeting. We had to go and talk to somebody about a game that we're possibly publishing, and then it was like, by the time you get your food and you talk and you do your thing, then you are. I mean, for me, it was like 9-10 o'clock. I've been up since 8. I was getting tired. I didn't want to stay up. And I mean, if I gone somewhere, I could have found a game to play easily, but then that means I would stay up until 1-2 in the morning, and then I'd be dragging ass the next day. So what I did is I went back to the room, called my son, called my daughter, called my wife, turned on the TV and fell asleep, and then 3:34 in the morning, when Shane and Noah would come back after being out partying, they'd wake me up briefly, and they'd say, "How was it?" And they'd say it was fun, and then cool, and then I'd roll over and put my head back on the pillow and I'd fall asleep. I don't know.
Sounds scintillating.
No, it was a very workman like convention.
Right. So selling games all day.
Yeah, just selling games, and we sold out. That's the other thing too. We sold out of our booth.
Right.
But we did, unfortunately we didn't. We should have brought some more stuff. I mean, it was just one of those things.
I heard that from another person that said there was almost nothing new to buy.
So that's
Yeah.
Here's a couple of observances that I had. Once again, they were like, "Oh, the attendance is, whatever it was," and I was like, "Where are you hiding them?" And I know that's big talk from people that are saying, oh, hey, we sold out our booth. I mean, and I know of a couple other people that sold out their booth too. But I saw a lot of people with a lot of product just sitting there, not moving at all. I think we had a really good spot. We had a lot of traffic going by.
Were you in the exhibit hall? Or were you in the?
We were in the exhibit hall.
What do they call the other hall? The gamer hall, or what?
It's like I don't know what it is. I forget what it's called.
Some other name, which I can't remember.
But I mean, I was moving old cardboard. I mean, I was moving 4-year-old games. People were all coming up and they're like,
cardboard.
Yeah, I was shipping old cardboard. People were like,
pusher.
what's Reavers of Midgard? And I was like, thanks for asking. Here's what it is. And people were like, how much is it? How much is it? $60. Sounds cool. Here's $60. Thanks. Bye.
Wow.
I mean,
can you get on $34.95 on Amazon, but whatever.
Well, we had the Kickstarter
I'm kidding.
version.
I don't know.
No, we had the Kickstarter versions there, the upgraded bits and what have you. No, I mean, so we made some money and we did our thing, and just it really sucked because so this would have been a grievance, but then they redeemed themselves. So when we were sold out, my boss said,
"Really redeemed yourself."
My boss was like, if this means if I can get out of here early, he's like, I'd love to leave tomorrow morning, like drive away tomorrow morning. And so I went to the people at Gamma and I was like, hey, got a question for you. Sold out my booth, blah, blah, blah. Am I allowed to shut down early? No. If you shut down your booth, it's a $500 fine and you lose all your prestige points. So like basically your points that help you
you don't want to lose your points.
No. And I was like, okay, well, what's the bare minimum?
Points.
I said I have nothing to sell. I have nothing. Like from
your charming personality.
Nothing. I have nothing for sale. Nothing. And they're like, yeah, sorry, you got to be there. You got to have signage, and you got to have a person in the booth. I was like, huh, all right.
What if you had an emergency and you had to leave?
Then $500 in prestige points. So the booth next to us, Ad Magic, they never showed up. It was just this empty booth with the Ad Magic white sign above it. They never showed up the entire weekend.
I wonder what happened.
No idea. Maybe they canceled. I don't know. Who knows? The AD&D stuff Kabuki Kid, I got the DMG for 20 and I got the
hold your stories. I'll be right back.
Yeah, that's fine. And I got the DM screen for 30. So I got really good deals on both of those things for old books. I got a good deal. But yeah, there's that. So now I gotta hold on to my stories. Hi, Matt. You got home okay, I take it.
Well, that's a story. Oh, Scott already knows this. So we're driving and Al, fella who forgot his passport on the way up. Did I tell you about that story?
Yeah, you told me that. So
he had somebody else's passport that he went to gathering with on the way up. So when he opens the passport, it was one of our female friends' passports. And I'm like, well, that's not good. And then on the way back, he was my navigator and his phone was on silent. So we drove right past the turn we needed to do at Syracuse and ended up adding 2.5 hours to our journey that was already going to get us home at 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, bloods, right. So I rolled in around the bustling 4:30 in the morning. We got hassled at the border on the way back because of the time. I think like 4 o'clock in the morning, or 3 o'clock in the morning, I guess at that point. And they asked us like 3 times the amount of questions that the dude in the States on the way into the States asked.
He was probably just bored.
It's like, because there was nobody in line, right? It was just us.
Yeah.
He's like, so where'd you go? Board game convention. Yeah. Where'd you stay? What hotel did you stay at? It was like 3 different hotels for the 3 of us. He's like, why different hotels? I'm like, When you register for the event, you get a lottery hotel. They give you one. Oh, okay. What'd you buy? Board games.
Want to play one? Got some time?
Yeah, I bought one game. That was that Black Hole Rainbows one.
On me.
I picked up. Well, no, I'm not going to say anything because I was going to wait because I wanted to tell secret cool stories when Scott was around. So and I got to wait for him.
I gotta wait. Son of a bitch.
Because he's got a small little bladder
That goddamn.
like a chipmunk.
Like a chipmunk. We call him Dale.
But you got home okay. So that's good. You know, whenever my brothers and I would go to Canada and we would get to the border, I mean, it would be like, okay, you know, we got a big giant minivan, you know, and there's like 7 of us in it, and you know, and we show up and everybody hands over their passports, and all of us have the same last name because it's
Right.
my nephew, my brother, my dad, you know, like my 3 brothers, my nephew, and they look at it and they immediately just say, pull around, you know, and make us come in, and like, because they wanted to know why we all had the same name, and it's just like, and my father would always say, well, we're on a fishing trip, these are my sons and my grandson, and my, you know, and you know, just like they'd always want to give us the business, you dirty Canucks. But anyway,
So I just got back from an awesome evening. We went to
apparently I was done talking about Origins. Okay.
no, I'll just
Now you are, man.
I'm talking for like an hour.
we just went to go see the Postmodern Jukebox live show.
Oh,
Oh, cool.
Holy fuck, was it a good show? Oh my god. It was like literally there was like a standing ovation at almost the end of every single number.
why?
What?
Was that good?
It was that good.
Oh, okay.
It was so good. And like there was 3 lady singers, 2 male singers, trombone, clarinet / sax / flute, whatever he was playing at the time.
But did what's her face do the cover of Creep?
The guy drummer did.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And all three of the singers sang like in progression, sang all about that bass. That was their finale before the encore. Oh my god, it was so good. Like it was $75 a ticket, worth every single penny.
75
Oh,
Canadian. It's about 40 American. Yeah, I guess.
Not 40, but
And
probably 60.
my brother was just talking to me about concert. The tickets aren't cheap anymore. Like it's $100 for the cheap seats anymore. Yeah, like
Well, I mean, this was at the Bronson Center, which is like this. It probably holds 400 people.
oh, it's real small. Okay,
Yeah, it was a small venue, but holy crap! And it was cool too. You buy tickets and you get to sit in like they had the main floor broken up into like 8 different sections, and you can just sit wherever you want in that section.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah. No, I if it ever comes to your hometown, or your town you live in, I would completely recommend it. And Kabuki, they sang a Metallica song. They sang "Nothing Else Matters."
That's not really a Metallica song.
Well, it is. They do sing it. But
Yes, it is. Oh, was that a
Yeah.
cover?
they're all covers, right?
No, I know, but I mean,
Oh
Metallica.
no, it's Metallica. No,
That's not
Metallica wrote it.
No, Metallica wrote that one.
It's the only Metallica I like.
So back to my stupid Origins.
Yeah.
Going back to the Origins that he didn't play a game at and just ran
Didn't play any games at a game convention. Went to a game convention for 5 days. Didn't go play a single
Didn't
game.
play one game.
So
Story.
yeah, true story. No. So then I I did like kind of cruise around a little bit to see what was, and see what kind of cool stuff to say. So I did pick up, I forget what the name of the game is now.
Monopoly.
Black holes and rainbows.
I
Black
bought
hole
that.
rainbows.
No,
I played that
no,
last
no.
night.
Did you like it?
Oh,
So I
No, here's the thing. I like it. It's fine.
now he does.
Go ahead, Lance. Go ahead.
I picked up Earth.
Oh, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Well, I would
Sorry.
just disconnect you. So,
You're just kidding. Yeah.
I picked up Earth just because I think it's something my daughter will enjoy playing.
Yeah, Earth's a good game.
Yeah, so I think she and I will play.
You
that
never
one.
played Terraforming Mars, did you?
I have. I played it once.
Oh, okay.
And I played it with a guy who knew like every card, and he beat me by 8 billion points, and then he
That'll
proceeded.
be the same thing with Earth.
Connor's
Yeah.
in Europe for 5 months
Why?
for
Oh,
the
he's-
family.
Yeah, he's
Connor
well
McGoey.
that and he's like working out deals for Earth.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Oh, he wants to get on that Essen ban, or the not the Essen ban, but the Spiel des Jahres. You got to be
So and then
distributed in Germany.
I forget what the name of the game is called. My daughter's, because I gave it to my daughter, but it's about it's literally a worker placement game about being a paleontologist, and she's actually
yeah.
kind of getting back into that again. And
That's a good
and it
game, I
actually
think.
got I
Getting back into
can't remember what it's
paleontology?
called. It's
Yeah, I know. Is it from
It's
is it
like
from
their
the guy
only
from
game.
Austin? Oh, it's
What?
their only game. Is it? It's not the guy from Austin then.
Might be. It got the Dice Tower, seal of approval or whatever.
Everything gets the Dice Tower seal of approval. I'm kidding. I'm sure it gets some. I'm sure some games don't get
You know what didn't? Black Hole Rainbows.
I'd be surprised if they gave that a Dice Tower seal of approval.
Holotype. That's what it's called.
Oh, okay. I don't know that one. That's not what I was thinking.
Yeah, so they did Kickstarter that got like, it got just a little, it only got like 40 grand. But it's like holotype Mesozoic North America. Holotype is a single type specimen upon which the description of a new species is based. It's a light strategy worker placement game for 2 to 5 players. And like basically you have your like basically your laborer, your grad student, and your paleontologist are your 3 different workers, and they each, like, depending upon what they do, they actually can do more when they, if they're like the more powerful one, which I've always liked. I like workers and then different powers of workers. I always thought that's a cool idea. And it's definitely light. It's definitely not it's not going to burn your brain, but it's something that I could play with my kid and not have to sit there and think about it and think about it and think about it. It has some pretty neat components, and yeah, so I mean, and I was just like, I walked over and I was like, this looked cool. My daughter's into this. And then that's the same thing. I was like, well, it's like, well, how old's your daughter? They always think you're like, oh, my daughter likes dinosaurs. She's 4. Can she play this? And I was like, no, she's gonna be 16 soon. He's like, oh, okay, cool. And so then he gave me a bunch of free dinosaur pins and stuff for it, which I thought was really nice. So, but anyway, so I picked up that, and I picked up Earth, and then as I was leaving,
Earth.
Czech game, that like
Earth.
my buddy Thomas over at Czech Games, he came by and he was like, hey, I heard a rumor that you've never played Lost Ruins of Arnok. And I was like, yeah, never played it. He just handed me one.
Who?
No, they-
The Czech Games guy is this guy named Thomas. He and I like when I was at BGG Con. Look at this, making connections. The Czech Games booth was right next to ours, and so he had a chair, and I had a chair that we were right next to each other, and we just would sit there and BS and talk about life and everything like that. And then as we were sitting there talking, and then he came over and he goes, I heard a rumor, and I was like, yeah. And so he just handed me a copy. He's like, play this. And then, and I was like, I'm probably won't.
That's a good game.
Well, I've heard,
I
like,
like Lost Ruins of Arnak quite a lot.
yeah, so
so maybe I'll play it. But I mean, that was
an
like,
expansion.
so Gamma said like 14,000, whatever, some random 100 number of people attended Origins, as I said.
Yeah, I
So
think
you-
it was
where were
That's
you
okay.
hiding them? That's what I wanted to say because,
Well, they
It's a
weren't
big
there at
convention
one
center.
time.
well, I understand, but I mean, like, you see people normally at a convention center, you see people in one area, and that's in the dealer hall.
Yeah.
Now they did widen the paths a great deal, so there's a lot of space for people
That
to
seems like
walk. So,
extra space.
so nobody got really
How many
gummed up from
exhibitors
what I
did
could
they
see.
have?
A fair number.
Yeah, like I don't know, 150.
I'd say 100, 150, buck 50.
150?
I'd say,
That's a lot.
yeah. You know what I saw?
How many game
I
publishers?
saw no less than a dozen people selling dice. Like that was their entire booth was dice. Not just John and his company, but I mean like we were right next to another
John there?
dice company. What?
Was John there?
Yeah. Not just, not just like, I mean, everybody found a way to make dice and multiple different colors, and they were trying to sell them. And I mean, and who knows who was selling what? I have no idea. But I mean, I can't imagine, like 2-3 years ago, I was talking to Shane. I was like, maybe we should do a dice Kickstarter or something like that. And like we thought about it for a little while.
I think this Tasty Intro company tried doing dice too, didn't they?
They tried to make after I was gone, they tried to figure out a way to make dice cheap and then sell them with no MSRP to hobby stores. So like they could charge whatever they wanted for them.
Right.
And I know that he made a little bit of money doing that, but not enough obviously to keep the company afloat. But that was the selling point.
What game publishers were there?
I mean, like,
I mean, I looked at
nobody. So
I looked at Twitter. I looked on anything. Like there was almost nothing out of
Keymaster,
nothing.
Keymaster, Thunderworks, Elf Creek, Restoration, Arcane Wonders, us,
AG.
All Play,
yeah, All Play, which is
25th
board game
Century.
tables. 25th Century. I mean, the big names weren't there. There was no
no Simon, no AG,
no AG, no Cool Mini or Not, no Asmodee, no like cool stuff had a booth, but they weren't selling board games at their booth. They were selling like Magic the Gathering and buying Magic the Gathering, it looked like.
What?
They just did not have their racks and racks of board games for sale, which they've normally done.
Okay.
And they what was the other weird thing I saw? It was just weird. It had a weird feel to it. Like the big hitters just weren't there. I mean, like and also like when I got there, like you asked anybody what was the big game at Origins, everybody was like, oh. The only thing that I know that there was a rush for and sold out of really, really quickly was Restoration had like 50 copies of the deluxe all in for Thunder Road.
Yeah.
And they sold out of those in like an hour. And I know that Inside Up Games Earth, they brought like 300 total copies of Earth and they rationed them out for each day. And they sold out of all every day. But it took them a while. It wasn't like, hey, we got 50 for sale today. And it was like 5 p.m. on Friday. And this is not me saying, oh, the game sucks and there was no demand for it or anything like that. It was a situation where it was like, oh, we got 50 copies of this, and they definitely sold all 50, right? But it wasn't like, oh, there was a mad rush and like people grabbed it all, and grabbed the game and they were gone in like 5 minutes. It was just kind of like they slowly filtered out for the rest of the day. It was a gamers convention, but like, and people were there to spend money, and people were happily handing over money. I mean,
Did
just
they have the boardroom and all that stuff?
What do you mean?
Wasn't it called the boardroom, where you could check a game out of your library?
Not that I saw. I did not see a library anywhere.
Isn't that called the boardroom?
There was a library in the gaming hall.
Oh yeah, there was a
the
library.
hallways,
There
You
was.
gave me
there
your
was.
badge that one year, Barry. Remember?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
$20.
Yeah, something like that.
$20 is $20.
$20 is $20.
I saw
We checked out-
Forest.
We asked for
Your-
one game and they didn't have it. And we asked for a second game and they had it. And we'd never played it. And we checked it out and we checked it back in.
The reason I got that, Scott, was for tables.
For what?
Tables.
Oh, tables.
Yes.
So
Oh.
Me and the
I saw-
Cabal guys had a plan.
Yeah.
Forrest is doing his thing. I told him to come on tonight. We'll see if he does. But Forrest is doing his thing, and I ended up sitting around and talking to him, and we ended up laughing and BSing for all. That was really nice. And my buddy Jerry actually sat in the booth and worked the booth with me, and he technically probably didn't have to, but he just came there and because he lives in the area. And there's a guy there that has like the sodas that are not like the real sodas, but the sodas, and you buy like the Origins mug for $40 and you can come back all day long and get sodas. You know, you pay like, I think at the beginning of the convention you pay like $60 and you get a mug, and then you can have free soda for the rest of the time you're there, and you get a little
60.
thing. And Jerry had done it the year before, and so he cheated and he brought me a mug, and then he'd go get a soda, and then he'd come back, and then because the guy had 2 stations, and so then he'd come back and
cheap
go,
bastard.
yeah, I know. But you know, for what it's worth, I did pay Jerry $20 for it. So I
But you
mean-
didn't pay the guy $20.
Really? Cheapskate motherfuckers, man. You're gonna spend $1,200 for a room, and you can't pay a guy $60 for drinks all week. You know, come on.
So well, I wouldn't have I wouldn't have paid it. I mean, honestly, I just wouldn't. I would have. I mean,
You would have hit
I
Subway.
had a couple of 12 packs of soda. I would have just brought sodas from my room, because we were staying on the Hilton. The new Hilton, like they've totally refurbished the entire place. The Hilton's pretty awesome. I mean,
Which
it
one's
was
the
like
Hilton?
it's
Is that across the street?
it's so the
one with the
Hyatt
bridge?
is across the street, and that's where the bar is. But the Hilton is attached right to the convention center. So like literally, I mean, I didn't even have to walk out. You just elevator down, take a left, you're gone. Every morning there was a very, very nice lady singing, like doing folk singing in the hallway, playing guitar and singing songs. So I'd go get an energy drink, and I'd take a few moments and I'd listen to her.
She was good.
She was very good.
There was a dude playing there too at some point.
Yeah. But I just listened to her. I never saw the dude. So I mean, it was a convention that was just so low key. It just didn't really feel like I was at a convention.
I don't need to go back.
It was, I mean, I can't imagine going there as an attendee, right? I mean, it's just one of those things where, I mean, nobody ever releases anything at Origins unless they have to. The last game I remember people dropping at Origins, like, oh, we have this at Origins and this is the release date. I mean, besides TMG releasing Guilds of London there like 6 or 7 years ago now, I remember Warriors got released at Origins, and that was like 6 or 7 or 8 years ago. And I remember that was a big rush to get Warriors, because that was the new
Warriors.
I liked Warriors. But that was the new not Mike Fitzgerald. I can't think of the guy's name. I had dinner with him.
Eric Lang.
No, Eric Lang and somebody else, Mike Elliott. Eric Lang and
Mike
Mike Elliott did that one together. And that was like the big game. I had a dinner with Martin Wallace, Eric Lang, and Mike Elliott. It was weird.
Gaming royalty.
Yeah. And I said maybe 7 words to any of them, and I just sat there talking to
That's a first.
Yeah, really.
shut up.
I don't know. Lance was pretty quiet when we went out for dinner too.
Yeah, you look a little grumpy there. What happened, Matt? Somebody pissing his Cheerios? What was going on?
No, it's just
You want to show him enough
Shane
affection,
just loves
Matt?
grinding my gears. He just and I was just and I just wasn't in the mood to give back what I was getting. So I love Shane to death. He's a really good friend, but you know, he just sometimes like he just likes to see if he can get me to pop off. And he was trying, and I just was not going to give him the satisfaction. So
I can't see Shane being like that, Lance. Not at all.
Whatever. Lion sack of crap. Yeah, no, I mean, it was good. I mean, it wasn't, I had fun. I got to see a bunch of people. I also saw a bunch of people I really just was like, oh, wow, you suck. I mean, that was weird. I mean, I'm not going to name names or anything like that, but it was definitely like a weird, like,
Matt's sitting right here.
yeah. No, I mean, it was weird. And this is a segue into this, but this is not what I'm saying about this person. I talked to Jesse Quackalopes. He was there with his wife.
As I was leaving the whole con, I ran into him and Shira. I'm like, wow.
So here, I mean, this is I just talked to him and I was like, and we were just talking about whatever, and I said, it's like, it's cool to see you here, and he's like, yeah, I definitely wanted to come and check things out, and I was like, I told him, I reiterated a lot of what I had already, what we said publicly here, and I kind of said the same thing, and we were kind of talking, and he said, yeah, so yeah, it's just like he's completely demonetized Quackalopes. He's just not going to use it to make any money. He's just going to do videos when he wants to, and he's just going to focus on his other businesses. He was just like, he had to let all of his employees go, and he's just like, he said, it's just like, he said, well, I mean, this is just, it is what it is, and
It is what it is.
and we'll move forward. And I wanted to say, well, my wife says, you only say that about things that's nobody ever says it is what it is about something good, so I just won $1 million. It is what it is. So no, I mean, he definitely had a very I don't know what's the word I'm gonna look for. He definitely had a very can't even think of the word. I don't know. I mean, he had enough time to kind of time and distance or whatever, but he definitely was very gracious about it, I guess is the best word I can use.
He was pretty somber.
He was somber, but he was
That's
very,
the right word, not gracious.
He was very well. No, I mean, he was just like, he kind of just said, I know what I was trying to do. I see how other people think differently, but and he said, and people can feel that way about me, and that's absolutely their right. And I could have done a better job to prevent that to happen. So he said, I accept what's happening to me, and I'll just move forward to another chapter of my life, and do the, and I was like, oh, all right. Well, I mean, I was like, oh, you kind of got, right? Well, you have to. It's either that or put a gun in your mouth. I mean, it's just like, so. I
don't know if that would be there.
Well, I mean, you have to accept it, right? I mean, what is,
I mean, or you just, yeah. I mean, yeah. It's just, that just sounds pretty harsh.
Yeah. No, I mean, but they seemed to be as positive, more positive than I would have assumed. So, yeah, all I know is I'm glad I'm not going to any conventions in July, so I can just spend some time. I can spend this entire I can spend that entire month just hanging out with my kids and my family.
I'm going to a convention on Saturday.
Yes. I know, BGG Spring or BGG
at sea. Going to Alaska.
Where's that going out of Portland?
Seattle. Yeah.
Seattle.
Yeah, I was gonna go on that one this year. I was trying to save money, and then Jen spent $4,000 on fucking Disney.
On Disney?
Yeah. Oh, that rat! I can't wait till they close that.
I don't know. I am kind of looking forward to Gen Con though. I think because
there's no mask requirements or anything. There's no showing your pandemic or vaccines and all that.
It's the wild west.
Wild West, back to normal.
Back to the wild west.
Back to normal.
Start sneezing. You know, you're required to actually sneeze on people now. I was reading the bylaws. You have to come in and cough in other people's food. It's a weird new rule, but you know, survival of the fittest, I guess.
Yeah. We
Yeah.
playing the apes up in this motherfucker.
You were considering going to Gen Con, right, Aldi?
Yeah, I'm not gonna go.
You're not gonna go?
I've not been feeling well enough that I can risk it.
That's fair.
Yeah, it sucks. I'm just like I need to go to the doctor again and talk to them. I think it's more like meds at this point, but I can't.
I'll have to see you.
I'm not going to see them for like weeks, so I'm like I gotta wait.
You had to quote Matthew McConaughey. It's okay if you don't, but it would be a lot cooler.
A lot cooler if you did. I'll be there in spirit.
No, you won't.
You're gonna die.
What was the name of the record stores in the 80s in the malls?
Tower?
Well, there was Musicland, there was Sam Goody.
That's the one. Musicland.
Well, Musicland and Sam Goody were the same thing. And
Sam Goody,
remember when Sam Goody or Musicland or whatever had the mega store, the media play?
Oh yeah, I vaguely remember that.
I remember there was a media play right next to a Best Buy in my in like over by the mall where in my youth. And we were so evil. So both of those places had a policy of like you could return a computer game. I forget what the policy was, but it's like, well, no, you could buy it and then like, and you could return it. So, this is how it worked. So you'd open up the game and you would like, you might play it and then like, maybe you didn't like it or the game was garbage or maybe you beat it, or maybe you like, you know, basically you got the, you cracked it so you could play without the CD in the case or something like that. There's like the no CD key. And then what you do is you'd go back so you buy the game at Best Buy and then you'd go back to Best Buy and you'd say, oh, you know, I don't, you know, this thing doesn't work or whatever, or it won't load on my computer. And they'd be like, oh, well, it's been opened. I can't. I was like, well, maybe it's, and then you'd say, well, maybe it's just something wrong with that CD or something like that. And they'd be like, all right. And it's like, well, I can give you another one. And you'd be like, cool, I'll just take another one. I'll see if that works. And so then they'd exchange it. Right. And then you'd walk over, then you'd go over to Media Play and you'd have one that was in shrink. And you'd be like, yeah, I got this as a gift. So I don't have a
receipt.
And they'd be like, well, I can only give you
scammer you were.
I can only give you store. I can only give you store.
I guess, you know, he didn't pay the guy for the soda. So
yeah, I know.
I bother paying for the games.
And they'd be like, well, it's like I can only give you store credit, and you'd be like, oh, I suppose that's fine. I'm sure I can find a game somewhere on your shelves.
I returned one game in the 80s. It was some Nintendo game, which it was basketball or something stupid, like a bad basketball game with Bill Lambier in it. So Bill
Lambier's like basketball. Yeah, I know which game you're talking about.
Awful game. We took it back. It was so bad. It was like, can we exchange it? We were kids, right? Like, can we exchange it? Like, no, but we can trade you out for something. We can't give you a refund. I'm like, okay, can we get that Zelda game? That was like the best trade. It was like the best exchange ever. For Legend of Zelda.
The guy didn't know.
Well, I mean, no one knew what the Legend of Zelda was.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, look at you. Make it the trade of a lifetime.
No, but I didn't do the scam.
Yeah, you didn't scam people, Lance.
It was this
Media Play. I don't remember Media Play now.
I don't.
Gosh,
I like Media Play because
do you remember Walden Books and Books a Million? Do you guys want to go down in 80? Are we done with Matt can talk about
Matt,
please?
Well, no. So what I remember.
Did you actually play any games, Matt?
Did I what?
Play any games?
Yeah, I played 3 or 4 games.
Don't remember what they are.
I played High Clue. played
Haiku,
that?
like is that a game about a haiku?
No, well, no, not really. It's a word game where everybody's given 15 15 little word tiles,
Syllables?
and they have one word, black text on white background on one side, and then a different word, white text on black on the other side. And in addition to those 15 words, you're also given 4 voting tiles, each with a different color, and each color has a different shape, so it's colorblind people. And then in the middle of the table, there are those 4 shapes and colors cards, and then a stacks of words by them, each of them. So at the beginning of the game, there is 4 white words up, one by each of the colored cards. And everybody takes a card from this deck that has just one of the colored shapes on it, and that's you look at the center of the table where all those stacks of words are, and you have to get people to guess whatever corresponding word you have to that is out front in the center of the table, like one of the 4 ones that are listed. And you could use as many of your words as you want. And, it has minimum 2, no, not as many, but minimum 2, and then up to 15. It was hard, It was really hard. Like I had
not quite grasping the.
So picture the center
How
of the
could you
table.
now with such a gripping description?
Picture the center of the table has these 4 colored cards.
Okay.
And beside each one of those cards, there's a word.
Okay.
That's like
give me an example.
Like say blue beside the blue card is ball, beside the blue card is ball.
Okay.
And say I draw, and then there's this other deck that everybody draws from, which just has the colored cards. I draw a blue card. Nobody else can see that. So I have to use my 15 words to get people to guess ball.
Oh, okay. I see. Makes sense.
And then when it's done, you do the white, then you flip it, and you do the black, and then you shift it. You shift all of your words to the left. So you're always changing your words up that you can get people to guess with. It was hard. It was fun, but it was hard.
Because you're so limited in the words you've got.
Yeah, and then like you don't get to know them well enough, and then you got to ship them off.
Okay.
But I played that. I played this other one, this Japanese game. It had like 4 different suits to it, and it was a trick-taking game. And it was one of Christina and Michael's games, and you had to basically, there was like a score track that went up to 40, and you wanted to get as high as you wanted to score as high as you possibly can by the end of the game without busting over 40.
Oh, I've heard of that game.
Yeah, it's a Japanese. What's that?
Candace was talking about that game.
Yeah, it's the one Candace bought. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was fun. It was fun. I completely fucking shit the bed on it, but it was fun. Those are the 2 memorable ones. And then I played Rainbows, Black Hole Rainbows. I liked it.
It's fine. It's just, I think there's some development that could be done to that game and make it more fun.
We were talking, me and Matt Falusi were talking about approaching the publisher and saying, listen, we need to strip this thing down and kind of redesign, graphic design it so that we can.
There's some problems.
So we could sell it mass.
Yeah.
Because right now it's a $60 game. There's metal coins, which are not needed.
Yeah, the metal coins are really nice though.
They are really
nice.
And
and the bits are awesome.
The bits are amazing.
Yeah.
I love those silicone mats.
Yeah.
But who's gonna pay that? I mean, that's just pomp and circumstance. It's not.
Yeah. Doesn't help the game.
No. I liked it. It was fun. Like I played the demo and I bought it right away.
Yeah. So we had problems with the free-for-allness of the cards. Because they're just, it's crazy.
It is. I would love
Which I guess
to play
could be fun, but I don't know if it's that fun.
I would love to
And it-
play a game that has 2 boxes together with like 10 people.
No, really?
That would be
Ah!
fucking. That would be like mayhem.
Okay.
And why would that be good?
There was also a problem with the wilds. Like you could basically you solve your black hole and then you throw the pieces in and it says you take 2. Well, you just can take 2 wilds back. If you had wilds, you just take them back.
Yep.
Like what? Okay. Anyway, it needs a round of development.
Yeah.
I think it's okay. The LCR, it's an LCR modified with Munchkin.
What's LCR?
Left, center,
Left,
right.
center, right, baby. The
You roll
game
the
that isn't
die.
a game.
Yeah, it's a drinking game.
It's literally a game that you don't have any decisions. You
You-
just roll a die.
You roll
and
the dice and you do what it says. It
Or
modifies.
gambling. You can do it with quarters and dollars too.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, yeah,
a
but
game.
it's not even gambling. It's just like you might as well just be like, everybody roll a die. Whoever rolls the highest gets all the money. Oh, that was fun.
I
Yeah.
will
That's
also,
basically LCR.
in LCR's defense, it is undoubtedly the best game I've ever seen in my life for teaching young children their left and their right. That is the one I will defend it for the end of time. I played it 100
That'll-
times in class.
That'll teach the lefts and rights.
With or without booze?
I just write it on their hands. LR.
Preferably
and then they just
without.
kind of
Well, thank
Certain
God, because
states,
you
there's
you couldn't just
laws.
say,
All right, I'm taking off, guys. I have to get up early.
Okay,
but you're not gonna hear Forrest's origins report.
I saw
The board game
Forrest.
geek.
it was pretty boring. I mean,
Yeah.
there wasn't hotness. I mean, it was a fun convention, but like hotness wise, there's nothing.
No. Scott, have a good time at the cruise.
Thanks, man.
All right, see ya.
Yeah.
Yes, I got. Matt.
Matt.
He knows who he is.
How did your boys enjoy it?
They had fun. Everybody had fun. Everybody thought it was okay. Just no hotness.
Nothing.
Not really.
You play Black Hole
Nobody
Rainbow?
releases anything at Origins.
Black Hole Rainbow.
That wasn't released. I saw that at Dice Tower last year.
Oh, okay.
Is that good? I saw it.
It's not good. It's okay.
It's fine.
It's fine. It's a game.
Oof. Is it really selling me on this?
I mean, come on. There's many better games than that. It needs development. Here's the thing. The theme is amazing. The bits are amazing. The game is just okay.
Like so many games.
It's just and there's too much chaos. I love the fact that there's a rule in the game that you just basically roll and get a point. Like if you roll there's 3 sides on a 20-sider that have like a mark on them. It's a completely dark black D20 with just like 3 little pips on it. And if you roll in those pips, you win a point. But you have to spend, you have to pay for that. But I thought it was just and then there's a rule where you basically roll off against each other, and the first person to roll a pip gets a point. You know what? You should review it. Honestly, it might be more your game group for sure.
If I had it, I would.
It's $60.
$60 is
Well,
$60.
Well, the ringing endorsement that you two have
Well,
given
no,
it, I mean, how can I
I'm not, no. I'm probably more critical than I should be. It's fun. It's just it needs a little development. That's all.
Those are the worst when you're like, man, I wish they would have just put this in that oven just a little bit longer.
Yeah, there was.
Man, I wish they had made this fun.
Snow station fall.
Snow Station.
Uh,
The game's genius.
settle down.
So how many times you plan to play it on the cruise, Scott?
None.
None.
I'm not going to go through the hour-long rules teach.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah, there's
don't
that.
think I got to tell you this story just because I've been giggling to myself every time I think of this. You know how like when something funny happens and like it kind of just like when you remember it, you just kind of giggle because you remember how funny it was. And this isn't going to translate well because it's just like you'd have to have played Dungeons and Dragons with my son and all of his friends. But like my wife and I went to this estate sale, which I always think estate sales are kind of neat, but they're also kind of depressing. It's like,
For sure.
come and look at the remnants of this
Of
person's
the
life.
dead person.
Yeah. All these things
That'll
that
be
were
your
so
board games
important.
one day.
All these things they thought were so important. And now we are selling them for a fraction of what they were worth. So we can hopefully pay for their funeral. You know, just like, you know, so like when you
That's one
think,
way of looking at it.
yeah, no, but anyway, so
Yeah.
usually we find like we will find one or two things there and everything like that. And so we were my son was trying to put together the next D&D session because it's you know, he contacts his friends, and there's this kid Noah who's just he's kind of annoying, but he's a nice kid. He's you know, and he kind of invited himself into playing in this D&D group, you know, and like he overheard the other kids talking about wanting to play towards the end of school, and he basically asked if they could yeah, hey, I did meet Paul. Yeah, I'm super nice. You got me at a good time. Anyway,
really good time.
no, so oh, he mentioned distilled. Let me tell my notes right now. I'm going to talk about distilled here in a second.
This
So
kid at the D&D group did?
no. So Noah,
finish the story.
so like my son had texted all of his friends, including Noah, like about when they're going to come over and play D&D, and like, and Noah's like usually the first kid to respond. I can come over at 7 and I can stay until midnight. You know, he's just like got it all figured out. And we hadn't heard from him. And I was at this estate sale, we're checking out, and I see Noah's mom, and I'm like, and then I see Noah's like standing next to her. And then he kind of turns around and he sees me, and I wave to him, and then he kind of just he like walks over this slow walk, like, and he gets over to me, and I'm like, hey, Noah, how's it going, man? And he's like, fine. I can't play D&D tomorrow because I have to go to camp.
Poor kid.
That's awesome.
I wonder how much his parents are paying for that camp too.
He's just like a
Yeah. That's so great.
You're just like, oh, I felt so bad for him. And also I was like, oh, he's like, he's like, it's always nice to have somebody who's super jazzed to play, and he's just like, brr. Yeah.
It's crushing at that age too. Like you build it up.
All your friends are going to be playing without you.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that would be the worst.
Because I gotta go to camp. So now with my wife, like I've said something, and it's just like, if I'm sad about something, my response is usually like, oh, we have to go do this. You know, I'm like, I have to go to camp. My respect for Noah like grew in leaps and bounds at that moment. I was like, now I'm like, I can't wait for him to be able to play again. I'm sure he'll annoy me in like a nanosecond, but you know, but yeah, no. So yeah, so I saw that game Distilled, right? You know, and I was just like, they had this big booth, and they had all these things and all these boards and everything, and all these bits and pieces and bobs and ends and everything like that. And I'm looking at this thing, and I'm like, and I had this like little goblin in the back of my brain that was like, this game looks really cool. And I was just like, and I was kind of looking at it, and then like the designer or the publisher must have seen me, and he goes, oh, hey, Lance, Undead Viking. And I was like, hey, what's up? And he's just like, oh. And I was like, yeah, I said I heard about this a few times. I don't really know much about it. And it was like, oh, well, let me tell you. And I was like, oh, geez, you know, just because I don't want.
Yeah, so what do you do there? I had a couple of that recently, and I just don't know what to say.
And then he's just
Gotta go.
So then he like he starts going into this whole thing, and like you do this and you do this, and you gotta do trades and auctions for these bits and things, and he's just kind of going on, and I was like, and then also then like the goblin died. I no longer had this like maybe I should get this like this. There was this little
Oh,
tiny
You
window
wanted to
where I
buy
was
it.
like,
You
I
wanted
was
to
like,
buy it.
oh, this looks kind of neat. These like
Goblin.
might be kind of. And then the goblin died, and I was just like, I'm never gonna play this. Just like, and I'm sure the game is amazing. I've heard people say it's really fun. I've
It
absolutely
looks
heard,
really nice. Yeah, I mean, it does look nice.
but I was just like, yeah, no. I mean, I mean,
You're too jaded.
I was like mildly annoyed that I did get one of those Thunder Roads because I think that's something my son and I would play. But I'm also like,
Oh, the Thunder Road, it looks fantastic. I watched them play it at BGG Con, and it was awesome.
yeah. So
It's super fun.
I mean, I was mildly annoyed by that. So maybe when I go to Gen Con, I'll bebop my way over there and talk to Brian Neff and see if I can figure out some way for him to be cool and hook me up with one. I'd pay for it. But I mean, I'm like looking forward to Gen Con just because I'm just looking forward to being there with my kid. Just my daughter and I just making fun of people. Because we were sitting there watching the newest
Good thing Kabuki Kid, apparently.
yeah.
Are we playing?
Uh,
We didn't play Initials?
We will. No, I was sitting there and I was like, my daughter and I were sitting there watching the new episode of Star Trek, Above Beyond or whatever.
Yeah,
Brave
I
New
know
Worlds.
that.
Sorry, Brave New Worlds. I'm not gonna say anything about it, but I was sitting there and I was like, and I was sitting there watching it with her. I was like, she is exactly like me. I mean, just like everything, like the whole I even the way she was sitting on the couch, the way she was just like annoyed when she missed the section. Like I'm the same way. Like if I miss part of a show, rewind it. I didn't catch that because something was going off. Like she got up to go take a pizza out of the oven. She's like, rewind it, and of course I teased her and antagonized her with it for like rewound it too far, fast forwarded too far. Classic dad stuff. But no, I'm looking forward to hanging out with her in Indy. That'll be nice.
I can recommend Black Mirror, the newest episode, the newest season. I'm halfway through the last episode, and it's great all the way through.
Well,
I like all of them.
I've always enjoyed Black Mirror. So
There's a
I
few
mean,
I've like, but yeah, this season is great. There's like one of probably the best ever. The one with what's his name? Aaron Paul. It's real good.
Oh yeah. And for those of you who follow wrestling, Money in the Bank is this weekend, the best pay-per-view of the year.
Yeah.
What is that?
There's both the women and the men have an 8-person match. There is a briefcase suspended 20 feet above the ring. And you have to basically fight the other 8 people, and you gotta get a ladder up and set up in the middle of the ring, climb the ladder and grab the briefcase and pull it off the hook. And inside the briefcase is a contract that allows you to cash in at any time, anywhere for any belt. And it's just like, so basically
But that means it's fixed then. They still have to fight.
Yeah, it
Do they
is.
still fight for
We're
it,
gonna
or
go
they
down
just-
this road where you can say that
Wait,
like-
it's not real?
as Al Snow famously said,
Got him?
everything is in wrestling, the only thing that is fake in wrestling is the outcome. It is a predetermined like ballet of violence. Like, people beating the snot out of each other, knowing full well how it's going to end. So, yes. That being said, the initials today will be M as in Mikester, S as in sucks.
Mixter
M.
sucks. Got it.
Yes.
Monster sucks.
Mixter sucks. Got it.
I finished Succession. Did I,
Did
I think
you? I never
I think I
started
already
that.
told you about that.
Yeah, I couldn't get into it. I was just
It's
like,
pretty solid.
I watched like the first 4 episodes, and I was just like, I don't care about any of these people. I don't care about any
Fair
of these
enough. Yeah,
storylines.
that's fair.
Yeah,
I'm
I
out.
didn't try it.
I had to like push myself a little bit to get through it.
Did you?
I mean, it wasn't a hard push. It was just like, oh, I took a break, and then I'm like, I need to push myself to finish it, to go back and finish it.
Fair. All right, here we go.
Here we
Everybody
go.
pay attention. This is
Mixer
initials.
sucks.
Remember, you can go to initialsgame.com, pick up your own copies of these. I think he's doing it on a Kickstarter soon too.
Did you get yours?
Ha!
Scott,
No.
did you ever get yours?
No, I did not ever get mine.
Did you ever contact him?
No, he did not contact him because
Oh,
even
And
though
I've
he's in front of
contacted several Kickstarter companies now. Nobody responds to me.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Before I forget about this, did you see? I mean,
Peterson
I-
Games.
I
I am going through all 32 of their Kickstarters right now, so I can do a comprehensive video on it. And
is
Jesus
it? What
Christ,
happened?
it is an absolute
Oh
shit show.
my gosh.
Peterson,
I
okay.
mean, I don't
What
know.
happened?
So I'm not gonna name the publisher. I was at Origins. I'm not gonna name the publisher, but a publisher came up to me and like, hey, you want to talk shop? And it's somebody I talk shop with a lot about, like, how's your company doing, where you're at, what's going on. And then in the conversation, they said, when you sold that dice promo to make money to help pay the shipping to get your stuff out of China, I was like, yeah. It's like, that was really smart. He's like, I ended up having to pay more than 20 grand a container, like basically to get the stuff out of China. And he said, I've just now dug out of that hole.
Mm.
And so I've often sat there and wondered what goes into a decision. And Peterson Games has something like 93 pallets of games.
93.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it works, but I mean, go look at the most recent Cthulhu Wars Demon Sultan thing in the US.
Or just go to Reddit.
If
Go to Reddit
you
board
want
games.
to, if you want to,
Thanks.
you can a wretched hive of scum and villainy.
Yeah.
No, if you want to, you can donate towards your pallet.
Donate or
Donate.
pay?
Yes. You're essentially kickstarting your pallet to ship.
Yeah,
Oh,
your
Jesus.
pallet.
But not ship to you, ship to them at
Them.
Peterson Games.
Oh my goodness.
that-
Really?
No, because they're being shipped by Gamerati. So like my understanding was, it was like, if your pallet gets to the point where it can be, it'll get pushed to the front of the line. I don't know. If you go read the thing, basically they need
I
the
see.
money to pay Gamerati
Oh, there's 5 containers coming.
to ship their stuff out. They have, and here's the thing. I got a tracking code from Gamerati and I had no idea what it is. I'm getting my stuff already. I didn't have to give them a dime. I mean, and I didn't, I never hit the lottery on those things ever. I'm always the person that's like, we realize we still have a few people left. I'm always in that few people left, but so anyway, my whole point here is that I don't see Peterson Games surviving this debacle. Like, somebody figured out the timeline. They said, if they don't get any more money and they just wait until they just get the money, because the big thing is that the pallets of games that they're putting into retail, they paid to have shipped to themselves so they can sell those games, which makes sense. That's actually new money.
I backed
But then-
hyperspace. Is this hyperspace or something?
That's one of many. This is hyperspace is like second or third on the list of things to be taken care of. You have to go and look. But people are like, so the stuff that I gave you money for, I could buy in retail right now because you put it out there. But they're like, but I have to give you more money to get my stuff. It's just like, and I mean, what they're doing makes sound sense, right? Like, we need to have product on shelves in stores so we can make money, so we can ship out the rest of these Kickstarters. And that's just what they have to do. I mean, they just don't have any other options. The problem,
Back to Eternal Odyssey, Planet Apocalypse, Hyperspace. So I got a lot of stuff in these pallets, I guess.
Planet Apocalypse 2, right?
Yeah, Planet Apocalypse, the
so
return.
the problem is that,
And
it's like, obviously the optics are horrible because they ran a Kickstarter for like they ran a quick Kickstarter. They said all of the money for this Kickstarter is going to be used to fund the shipping for our games. And like, this is it. And they did another thing. It was like, this is what we're going to use to run shipping for this game. And it was like things like that. And now they're saying we need a minimum of like $55 per backer. And if we can get that for everybody, that means we'll have enough money to have everything shipped out. So they're looking for fit, and the base pledge for the Damon Sultan Cthulhu Wars box was $59. And that's what the most people backed it at, just at a $59 level. But they're saying if we can just get $55 from each person, then we can go ahead. Now, I don't envy the position they're in. I feel bad. Sandy Peterson is a friend of mine, and I mean, I don't know. This is still COVID and all those things, just ripping. They've been ripping companies apart. It's the downswing of these things is very real. And more than one publisher at Origins talked about how badly COVID screwed everything up. So yeah, you go in, you read those comments on that Kickstarter, people are
Cthulhu Wars or
Cthulhu Wars, Damon Sultan. If you look at that one, they are not happy. They are, I think livid would be a word I would use.
I haven't got there yet. Hopefully by the end of the evening I will. I'm still on their 20th Kickstarter, Startropolis, which apparently the second edition is completely unplayable right now, and no plans to fix that.
Startropolis? I didn't even think. I've never even heard of that, much less.
Well, that's because it's rated number 17,999 on Board Game Geek, just creeping into
apparently
the top
I did back the
18,000.
Damon Sultan, the final onslaught.
Yeah, Cthulhu.
Oh, by the way, they're using Gmail to send out the emails, so they're being throttled. Not a email system.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
it is a and then it's weird too. I mean, there's been 181 hit the daily email limit on Gmail. About 1,200 of you will get your email tomorrow.
Gmail.
Jesus Christ.
Why would they do that? But I guess that's just not knowing email systems.
So here, I'll just read this. So this is what they said. I'll just read this out.
Yeah, sure.
Here's okay. Enough requests. We're opening the door for people to voluntarily contribute to shipping costs. Totally understand this desire to have product in the States and not have access to it is frustrating to us as well. Here's how the numbers break down. There are 87 pallets left with backer product, 90 minus the 3 that already left. Gamerati will ship full pallets. They will not do individual orders. It costs approximately $1,640 to ship the contents of each pallet. Getting an average of $55 shipping support from each backer means that 100% of product will ship as fast as Gamerati can send it out. This is a pretty good payday for Gamerati. Full pallets. It would be a logistical nightmare for Gamerati to search for a single package, cut open a pallet, unstack, restack, and then shrink wrap the pallet, just the way it has to be. So here's what we've done to provide an avenue for people to affect the timing on their own product shipping. We've added 90 new pages to our website, one for each pallet. Each of these pages features a single $10 shipping contribution that is specific to that pallet shipping cost. Each pallet has 164 units available for purchase. Now, we've determined the percentage of our monthly operating budget that we can use to ship product. Based on current revenue, it's enough to move 6 pallets a month. Obviously, this is dependent upon sustained revenue. If that revenue goes down, we will do less. If revenue goes up, we will do more. For everyone who is looking to accelerate the shipment of the pallet that contains their product, you can now directly impact that by purchasing $10 contributions on our web store. As mentioned earlier, $55 per backer is enough to clear 100% of the orders sitting at Gamerati. For the shipment that went out last week, Gamerati chose pallets according to their convenience. Closest to the door, I'd assume. Going forward, we will prioritize the pallets that are most funded to honor those who are kicking in support to use our monthly allotment to send out those pallets. The more you chip it, the more we can send out. The sooner your pallet will go out. And this is, I'm reading it as is. So just if anything like that, it's their writing. When we decide to ship out pallets for the month, we will consult the stock counts and the overview page to determine which pallets we prioritize. If you want to cut the line completely, you'll want to get your pallet fully funded. Any pallet page that reflects 0 in stock will go out as soon as Gamerati has the bandwidth to send. I'd assume within a week of full funding, which is never assume. We've had one backer offer $1,000 to send out his order, so I'll use that offer as an example of how this is going to work. If that backer were to purchase 100 units of shipping product, that pallet would surely be next in line to go out when we have cash to put towards shipping. If the other backers in that pallet order chipped in the last $640, it would go out next week. We're sending a message to your Pledge Master email specifying which pallet contains your order. You should get in the next hour or so. If you can't find that email in your box, check junk mail. If there isn't anything in junk mail, DM Ask a Deep One in our Discord. All money collected in this format will only go to shipping of specific pallets. We will not use contributions from pallet 8, ship pallet 14, and so forth. Well, as an additional investment, paying for the shipping of the pallet that has your product ensures that products will get to your door as soon as possible. Feel free to self-identify, coordinate, encourage, and tease via Discord. Thanks, Sandy. This is the other thing, too. They're like, if you want to talk to us on Discord. We're not going to talk to you on anything else. Which is if theoretically Kickstarter can take you to task over that.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, like the fact that you directing people to go outside of Kickstarter to coordinate with you. Yeah. No, it's just like, that's like, here's a quote. Remember when the Dunwich Horror expansion completely paid for shipping? Remember when we already paid for shipping the first time before the Dunwich Horror campaign? No fucking chance. It is shameful that your timeline says multiple years to fulfill without this extra cash. You're on your own. I don't know. It sucks.
Multiple years? It's because they're doing what, 6 a month?
Oh my god.
Or what was
4
it?
years. 4 years. So I mean, this campaign was 4 years ago. So
it's bad. There's Cthulhu Wars that still hasn't shipped out to anybody in Germany. Like there's an entire Kickstarter they have where I couldn't even figure out what was going on because the only comments for the last 3 years was all German and French people complaining that they got jerked around by Peterson Games. I can say without a shadow of a doubt, they do not seem to give a flying F if you were outside the United States of America. Like they did an April Fool's gag where they sent out they sent out Easter eggs with some painted minis in it, right? And they had 20 people from outside the United States of America, and they were like, "Yeah, we shipped everything out." And then everyone from outside the United States of America was like, "We didn't get anything. We didn't get anything." And they were like, "Hey, how do we get this? How do we get this?" And eventually, someone figured out that what you have to do is you have to put in a ticket, and then they'll immediately ship out your game. But it was like 7 people of the 20 in the comments were like, "What?" It's astounding. It's astounding how bad a lot of it is. Like it's so bad that all the little bad things that most Kickstarter companies have are just they just blend into the background for all the big things. And I'm only 20 campaigns out of 32 in. Like this is going to be like an hour-long video I'm making. It's absurd. It is just, I thought Mythic Games was bad. This is a whole other level. It almost feels like, granted, I haven't got to the last 12 campaigns, but the Star Tropolis one, like apparently there's supposed to be like connecting pieces. And there's this guy who's like, "Yeah, I can't play it at all. I mean, some go in without using a hammer. Some of these pieces connect without using a hammer, but," and then they're like, "Oh, we're going to fix it. We're going to fix it." And they still haven't fixed it or shipped it out. So it's just, useless pretty much for most people. Like, and this is just one of 32. It's like I've had, and Lance, you've said it too. Check out Peterson Games. Check out. I've had so many people say it in the comments. I get it now. I get it. It's wow. It really shows how stupid we are as board gamers to continue to back a company like this. And we're just dumb. We're just dumb.
Is it us that are dumb, or is it the publishers that unfortunately didn't change their strategy when they over COVID? Because that's what I've been thinking about Mythic. Is from the people that I've spoken to that used to work for Mythic and what I know of Leo and how he ran his company. It just seems like they didn't think about all the consequences. Again, it's unforeseen, wasn't it?
Right,
COVID.
yeah.
And all the shipping fees that would just go skyrocketed. Even
Yeah.
Berkey was really, really pissed off in however Berkey could be pissed off.
Gosh darn it.
Yeah. Exactly, Barry.
I think it's also just our obsession with not making a game, but making 6 boxes for everything. It seems like everything is not just one box. It's the playmat, it's the dice, like, and I get it. You want 3 expansion boxes on your Kickstarter so you can sell them after the fact. But man, it is.
They're saying they're gonna have a booth at Gen Con, and I can't.
I'm gonna get murdered.
I mean, no, I mean, I forgot to tell you this story about Origins. I totally forgot about this. So Jerry had gone off. He said, "Can I go wander around? I want to see if there's anything I want to buy." He actually went and ended up buying a copy of Distilled. But so I was just sitting. I had nothing to sell. I was just sitting there, and this guy came up and he was like, you don't have any product? And I was like, yeah, we sold out on like this is on Saturday. I said we sold out a few hours ago. And he's like, oh. And he's kind of looking around. I was like, do you have any questions about any Gray Fox games or anything? And then the guy was like, well, I'm really disappointed in how long it's taken you guys to fulfill your stuff. And and he started telling me, and I was like, and that's fine. It's fair. Whatever. I mean, I was having him giving the say, and he was like sitting there, and I was like, yeah, I know it's really tough. He's like, yeah, I mean, it's just like, it just seems like, you had, I realized you had some bad luck, but there's been, a lot of excuses and stuff. And it just didn't seem like you guys took a lot of accountability. And I was kind of like, well, I mean, that's bullshit, because we definitely took accountability when we didn't we didn't lay down in the middle of the road and ask people to run us over, but we took accountability where it was us, And he's like, and you know what? Here's the deal. He's like, if I didn't have to deal with reading these updates from this like arrogant Lance guy all the time, giving me all these excuses and all, and things that were just lies. And I was just kind of like,
that Meister sucks, man.
And so I mean, and I'm not like, I wasn't trying to be Mr. Tough Guy or anything like that, but I stood up while he was talking, and like, so you could see my badge. And he kind of looked down and he's like, well, he's like, I mean, not like lies, and he's like, oh, it's just like, yeah, I was like, no, go on. I was just like,
Oh, you're finished? Allow me to retort.
Baseball bat in hand. Yeah, go on, carry on. Yeah.
no,
You were
he
finished.
was-
Allow me to retort.
and then he was like, well, I mean, I shouldn't, maybe arrogant wasn't the right word. I mean, it definitely felt like, I was like, well, I mean, it was funny. I wasn't like going to leap across the table and give the guy a beat down or nothing, but it was, I'd never had a guy actually like complain to my face before about me. And that was enjoyable.
Oh,
What
that
are you
can be
talking about,
arranged.
Liz? We do it every week here.
Oh, I know.
Did you-
The guy on the plane complained about BGG. Didn't know who I was. I don't think.
That BGG sucks, man. It's horrible.
Basically, is what he's saying.
Mhm.
To
Did
your
you tell him
credit,
who you were?
I have absolutely seen Berkey angry. But it is one of those things where it's usually just me and him enjoying a whiskey and and like just talking about the trials and tribulations. And like he's not over there cussing or anything like that, but he definitely will. He'll let it fly. You know.
Are you talking about the baseball highlights world champion?
Yeah, the baseball highlights world champion, baby. Philip Millman knew he was gonna lose, so he didn't even play. Yeah. Phil came over to talk to me a little bit about it, and he was just like, I'm glad to get rid of it. You know, he was just like he was happy.
Berkey's been doing good on those social media posts about it, though. I appreciate those. He's holding that torch well.
No.
Because I always enjoyed Millman's his posts.
Yeah, no, and then did you see that Millman got like he got like bumped or something like that? He couldn't get home. The plane flight was late. And he got stuck overnight somewhere. And I posted on his thing. It was like, yeah, this is what happens, when you're no longer the champion. He had this post about like, well, this sucks. This is garbage. Just like, well, see what happens when you're no longer the champion. He laughed. So
he's got that guy on the plane. Did you tell him who you were? Did you tell him you own Board Game Geek or
no?
I would have. Yeah, I would have.
Well, you would have been lying though.
I would just ask like, "Oh, what do you think's wrong with it?" You know,
no, he told me what was wrong with it.
Yeah, I mean, give me ideas. How can you fix it?
Did you just take out your phone, show your bank account numbers to him, and say, I guess I'll just sleep. I'll just sleep, go to bed on my bed full of money.
Yeah. The 86 million. How much are you worth, Scott? What is it? Is it down now?
Yeah.
I forget. What is it? Net worth? Worth it net? I forget what this like.
Does it matter? It's Scott. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, he is, but I don't know if he's the $86 million man anymore, though.
All
right, here we go.
Explain that to my sister and my daughter about because we were watching Ash versus the Evil Dead, and so I had to explain a joke because Lee Majors is in it. It's quite amusing.
In a small bit of funniness in the internet that didn't get a lot. It got a lot of play in the small little group, but it didn't like really blossom and go anywhere else. Jim Ward, one of the original graybeards at TSR. Like he worked hand in hand with Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson, wrote a ton of stuff for the beginnings of D&D, and he was like one of the last of the old guard that got fired from TSR or WotC or whatever you want to call it back in the day. He was a member of there's a Facebook group called TSR Old School Gamers, and a mod threw him out of the group for like with no warning, no nothing, for basically posting about his Patreon, which is against the rules technically. That it was against the rules you can't post something and do advertising stuff, but he had a Patreon and where he writes and creates dungeons or things for D&D, and then he allows people to, like, for a $10 donation, they get his writings or something like that. And but he posted in Old School TSR Gamers, and they like suspended him without any explanation whatsoever. And they were just like, so technically, yes, he broke the rules, but also technically, like, you wouldn't have this group if Jim Ward wasn't alive. And the group like had like something like it. Well, I don't know how many people had it, but it had a ton of people, and basically everybody just left it in droves. They're like, well, if your moderator doesn't know who Jim Ward is, then we're just going to leave and go to different groups. I thought it was funny. Yeah. But anyway, I've met Jim Ward. He's super nice, and he almost died a few years ago. He's got some pretty bad health problems, but he's a super nice guy. Anyway, there we go. It's MS.
Oh no, I've come at the wrong time.
Yes, yes, you did.
Mikester sucks.
Mikester sucks.
There you go. All right,
Mother sucker.
Dates back over 600 years.
600 years.
Originally from France.
Oh.
Commonly found in a distinguishable shape. Often appear in baskets or on plates. Often dipped.
Barry.
Barry.
Mustard sauce.
Final
It's a
clue.
thing.
Final clue. Usually served as an appetizer. These
Forrest.
are. Go ahead.
Mozzarella sticks.
Mozzarella sticks.
What is?
correct.
Wait. What's mustard sauce, Barry?
It's what you Americans call mustard.
Oh,
Because everything is sauce. It's like brown sauce, tomato sauce.
So what you're saying is that we're actually more efficient.
Okay. I didn't know if it was something. I
You
love
just have to
mustard. I didn't know if it was something different.
explain what it is. It's like mustard. What's mustard? It's a sauce. Oh, so what do you call it? Mustard sauce.
Okay,
We
I
don't call
got
it mustard sauce. We call it mustard. You French fruit.
No, I
French
know,
English
mutard.
bastard.
Mutard.
Frequently seen in convertibles. Wrote and directed an action movie. Is an amateur magician. Once publicly declared bankruptcy.
Aldi.
Aldi.
Michael Scott.
Michael
Mm.
Scott from The Office.
I declare bankruptcy.
I declare bankruptcy. Here we go. Number 3. Debuted in 1987. Has appeared on the cover of Playboy. Commonly seen at 742 Evergreen Terrace.
Forrest.
Go ahead.
Marge Simpson.
Marge
Simpson.
Simpson is correct. Well done.
Was waiting for it. Sitting on it.
There you go. Connected to the state quarter of Vermont.
Barry. Minnesota.
You are dumb.
You're close.
By the way, tonight's drink is Piv Extra.
Very close there,
6
Barry.
o'clock in the morning. My head's still in the gutter.
You're only off by about 1,200 miles. You're all right.
Famously appeared in 2003's Elf. Seinfeld was once scolded for bringing this to Monk's Cafe. Connected to Quebec.
Barry,
Go.
maple syrup.
Maple syrup is correct. Well done. Maple syrup.
Well done, Kabuki. She got it before you.
Hello,
did
girly
you?
gamer. Hey, don't be reading, watching the comments.
I
can't help it.
I usually
I
don't.
can't help it. It's so
Usually
beautiful.
Barry guesses after they guess, but you know how it is.
Yeah, I'm a stoner.
Was nearly killed. Was nearly killed on a river in 1994. Was once a newspaper heiress. Was editor-in-chief of Runway magazine. Was Felicity Fox in a 2009 Wes Anderson film.
Oh.
She was a witch in 2014.
Aldi.
Moldy.
Maggie Smith. Ah.
Final clue. Won an Academy Award for playing Margaret Thatcher in a 2011 film. 5,
Oh.
3,
What
2,
the hell's her name?
1. Meryl Streep.
Yeah.
Meryl Streep.
Oh yeah.
Speaking
The
of Wes
witch thing
Anderson,
was
have you
from-
gone to see the new one yet, Aldi?
No,
I'm gonna try to go
not
to
gonna
this
see it before I
weekend.
go on the cruise, so I'll probably see it when I get back. I'll probably be in streaming by then.
Yeah, probably. But I'm gonna
Yeah.
try. I'm gonna try to go see it this weekend. See if I can get my wife to go. Here we go. Number 1. Former model. Known for entertaining. Connected to Anna Gasteyer of Saturday Night Live.
Oh,
Connected to IM Clone Systems. Had a prison nickname of M. Diddy. Final clue. Famous for living. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Martha Stewart.
That was not a
Martha
gimme clue.
Stewart.
Yeah, no.
No, but like it's living.
oh,
Living
Yeah.
with Martha Stewart. Yeah.
I was waiting for the
That's not a
clue.
gimme.
Has hair.
Ha!
Breathes.
I am now tied with Forrest.
Oh.
whoa, Lance is in the running. I forgot. It never
Yeah.
happens.
Sometimes seen at churches. Connected to an iconic Saturday Night Live character. Sometimes, go ahead.
Molly Shannon.
Good guess.
Sometimes paid by corporations. Often seen on a stage.
Barry.
Barry.
Microphone stand.
The microphone stand gets paid by
Yeah, you
corporations?
pay the corporations. to use it.
They challenge, push, and inspire.
Aldi,
Aldi.
motivational speaker.
Motivational speaker is correct. Yes. Yeah, well done. Well done.
Okay,
There you go.
here we go. Moving on.
In a sense, started in the 1840s. Connected to records.
Oh God, no.
Sometimes appear on posters.
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 Posters. Clue number 4. Often go viral when connected to celebrities. Infrequently feature a smile.
Aldi,
Aldi.
mugshot.
Mug shot is correct. He climbs to the top of the leaderboard. Here we go. Still anybody's game. Got 6 left. Even Barry 2 can win. Here we go.
Oh,
Debuted in the 1790s. It is the most popular option in the world. Often connected to European road signs.
Barry,
Go ahead.
milestone.
Connected to the number 10. Connected to capacity, weight, or mass. Final clue. Involves measurement.
Forced.
Go. 5, 4,
Barry.
3, 2, 1.
Millisecond.
And Barry.
Metric system.
Metric
There it is.
system
course.
is correct.
So
Millisecond is one word. Just so you know.
I got a doozy to talk about after this. I finally got to the bottom of that Startropolis, and it's way worse than I thought it was.
Okay, well, we got 5 left. So write down some notes.
Oh, I am. I got pages.
All right. May be a defensive mechanism. Despite its name, can occur at any time. Severe versions are connected to weight loss.
The what?
Severe versions are connected to weight loss.
Aldi.
Holdy.
Multiple sclerosis.
I was gonna guess it.
Eh.
Yeah, good.
Number 4. Commonly appears in a 3-month window.
Barry,
Very.
menstrual cycle. No.
Cycle starts with the
That's
C.
an S.
I thought it was a good one. That was good.
Clue number 5.
Coffee. Someone get me coffee.
Often features vomiting.
Barry.
Barry.
Morning sickness.
Morning
Yep.
sickness
Come on.
is correct.
This is mental stress. This is.
Still anybody's game with 4 remaining.
Even
Morning
you.
stupidity.
Even me, I can even win. Sometimes connected to dances. Directly connected to a 2018 Bo Burnham film. Features English.
Aldi.
Go ahead.
Middle school.
Middle school from the harbor.
That's a tough movie, man.
Launches a Desperation 3, and but there you go.
I saw that movie.
Which
Eighth
movie?
grade.
8th grade.
8th grade. Bo
That
Burnham.
movie is called 8th grade.
Yeah, Bo Burnham movie. I watched it.
No, I don't even know anything about it.
Yeah. It's for. Yeah, it's not for us. I mean, I liked it, but it's a tough movie.
Just like
Well, just it's this girl from in 8th grade, and she is awkward, and it's. I mean, it's worth watching. If you've not seen it, it's worth watching.
but it's
But I mean, it's not like it's a drama, right? It's not superhero action, big. It's a good drama movie.
Coming
Oh,
of
yeah.
age.
It's a coming of age 8th grade, and like it's real. Anyway,
well, fair. Okay.
Yeah.
Never heard of it before.
Yeah.
So.
Looks good. 99% on Rotten Tomatoes and 88 on Metacritic.
it's a good movie. It's too real though.
Rated R. Yeah, I kind of want to check this out. This looks good.
All right, here we go. This is a metonym.
Metonym.
Wait, what letters are we doing?
MS.
Mike's
Mike-
just sucks.
Mike just sucks.
Sucks.
Kowski.
Got it.
Mike Shashowski.
Mike Krzyzewski.
Mike Wazowski. No, it's
No
Mike
chess.
Wazowski. Oh.
Metanym.
All right, here you go. Found at Disneyland and Disney World.
Barry, Mickey Socks.
No.
Barry,
Barry, go.
Main Street.
Main Street.
Oh my
God.
Correct. How did you
Nailed
get
it.
that? Wow.
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 I've been to fucking
Damn.
Disney World. How
I was
many
gonna say
times?
Barry's been to Disney World so much.
That rat raped me so bad, so many times.
Or Java, your caps lock button is stuck. Just letting you know.
He went to Trump University.
Two left. Badberry and Aldi in the lead.
Good.
Here we go. Has connections to Steve Martin, John Denver, and Diana Ross. Connected to an orchestra.
Evan.
Evan.
Merle Scruggs, is that his name?
No, you're wrong.
Oh,
Earl
Earl
Scruggs.
Scruggs.
Number
Earl
three.
Scruggs.
Taking
Number
a shot. I
three.
like it.
I added an M. I don't know.
Featured a curtain. Number four, debuted in 1976. Number five, featured stunts, musical chickens, and pigs in space.
Barry.
Oh.
Badberry.
Bad Barry.
Oh no, Goodberry. Sorry,
It was
Goodberry.
Barry
What do you got for
too.
me?
Ooh.
Muppet Show.
It's time to play the music. It's time to get.
Now that's a question more on my level.
It's time to
There
raise
you
the
go.
curtain on the Muppet Show
Good old
tonight.
Merle Scruggs.
Earl Scruggs.
Last one. Barry and Aldi, you need to get this
Someone's gonna.
Selling.
to win, or else
someone
you
else
tie.
Yeah.
You know,
That would suck.
which nobody likes.
Oh, we
Often
share the victory.
Well, I think technically the rules are if
Lance wins.
I think the rules are that if it's a tie, then you just go to the next highest score.
Game.
In this case, then
Oh, we
it's-
cancel each other out.
Yeah, you can't show it. And then if it's Forrest, so
Barry.
then like if Forrest, like if I get it, I could win then. Because if nobody gets it, I win. If Goodberry gets it, then nobody wins at all, and we just go out into the street and shoot ourselves because nobody wins.
You got a version with shooting people tonight.
Yeah, so often identifiable by their hair. Often seen with gloves. Appeared in 1985's Back to the Future. Connected to Dr. Octopus. Connected to Victor Frankenstein.
Of course,
Barry.
Forrest.
Mary Shelley.
Eh.
Dang.
Nice.
You still want to guess?
You wanted to guess in there?
You passing or you still want to guess?
Passing.
Final clue. Commonly connected to glasses, goggles, bow ties, experiments. and
Aldi.
Barry.
Aldi.
Mad scientist.
Yeah.
Mad scientist. And
My sugar.
Aldi pulls out the win at the end.
Close one there.
Yeah.
Good game.
I'm
Yes, it
Mr.
is.
Bunsen. Thank you.
And I'm aware of what the rules are, Kabuki. Pull two cards aside and then use those for the tiebreaker, but nobody plays like that because it's stupid. And then
Yeah.
Oh, that's in the rules.
so what's your Star Tropolis banger that you
Oh
want to
my
share
gosh.
with us?
So I just finished with this, and so the game was supposed to ship out July 2019. It shipped October 2019. So great, really great for them. But the pieces were, by most people's accounts, really shoddy and wouldn't stick together because it's a game where you have to stick plastic pieces together in order for the game to work. So they posted like 10 to 15 updates talking about how we're going to do this second edition and we're going to get you all these upgraded pieces. We're going to fix all this. We're going to do all this. And then, long story short, they went to China, went to the factory, like did all the due diligence. It looked great. And then their last update, their second to last update was July 2022. They said, hey, second edition and these replacement parts we're going to send you. They're in a US warehouse. Then the next update was April of 2023. And they said, it's still in the warehouse, but hopefully we're going to ship it in May. And yet no one still has gotten it yet. Like, it's really bad. But they essentially ran a second edition backer kit in this campaign where they pretty much kind of strong arm people a little bit to just say, hey, you might as well just pay the extra and get the new version of the game, the new second edition with some slight rules changes and new upgraded components, different art, and they haven't shipped out any of it. And that's game 20 out of 32 of their Kickstarters. So I can only imagine what the next 12 are going to look like. It's so bad. It's just so bad. It's unfathomable.
What are you saying? The next game should be print and play.
They had one where they sent out Easter. No, it was rocks. It was rocks. They literally sent out painted rocks as an April Fool's joke. They made like $3,000, and yet still like a chunk of the people didn't get the rocks either. There were children painted the rocks. It's like laughably, absurdly just. And yet they keep getting money because they got stuff. It's mind-boggling. It's crazy.
Cthulhu Wars is a fun game.
Yeah, but it is. It's pretty highly rated too. Unless you're in Germany or France and you didn't get yours still.
No, I've got friends. But I think was it like a second edition, third edition of Cthulhu Wars?
I don't know. It's really hard to tell because there's like 8 expansions for it or something.
All right.
It all blends together. They've done 32 projects. But the people in Germany, they're pissed.
Well, hopefully everybody gets everything that they're supposed to get and they don't go out of business.
I can't imagine that happening. Like, I can't, just based on what, like, it's. Let me go through the next 12 projects and give more of a thought on it, but I can't, like, there's so much. It's just so overwhelming. I couldn't imagine. Yikes.
I can't imagine like running it's like I'm not gonna say the name of the company again because a lot of people talk to me about the stuff and then I'm not gonna but like I was talking, like I said, I talked to several publishers, just people I hadn't seen in a long time. How you doing, whatsoever. And like, I was talking to somebody that had a long overdue campaign. I was like, hey, how you holding up? Not judging or anything like that. I mean, how you handling the negativity and things like that. And they said, oh, I don't even read them. I don't even read the comments or anything like that. It's just like, I got their money and I'm not giving it back and they're going to get their game eventually. And, I'm just, I'll come in there and I'll post an update and say exactly, but I don't even read the comments anymore, just because, there's just a few people in there that just want to vent and yell and I just don't interact with them. I was like, well, I mean, maybe they wouldn't scream and yell if you like just went in there and talked, but I don't know. I certainly don't want to jump up and down in somebody else's bed and tell them how to get their work done. So
it's not, well, you should know it's not nice answering back to really negative comments and things, because then you get another negative back sometimes, a majority of the time, I presume. I mean, from the publishers that I've spoke to that deal with Kickstarter, they always like, it's just all negativity in their comments, and it's like, why do they bother? I mean, I can understand, why do you bother answering someone who's stubborn enough not to see your point of view, but you've got to see their point of view, and you try to compromise and nothing happens because they're laying, they're putting a brick wall up in your face. They just want to get their negative point of view over, and that's it. So
Yeah.
You should at
Yeah.
least, well, I guess it's at
Yeah.
different stages. It's at different stages. Like, I feel like after the fact, like, you should at least check every once in a while to see if people got, because I see a lot where it's like 8 people who didn't get their stuff. It's like, at least check, every once in a while to just check for that at the bare minimum. But when you're in midstream, yeah.
Well, in my opinion, you're not doing yourself any favors by posting updates that are like the title of it is the entire update, and then you put end of message underneath EOM. That's it. I mean, it's just
Not
like,
not a good look.
EOM.
EOM. Yeah, that's the last 2 updates on the Cthulhu Wars one. It's like, something EOM.
Dark side.
End transmission. Just, I mean, I don't know. What do you say? You just, I mean, if they can handle the heat and that's what they want to do, I mean, who am I to say, that the way they're handling it is wrong, So you just
Who wrote
kinda,
EOM?
what?
Who wrote EOM?
The last 2 updates on the Damon Sultan one. It's just like
Oh,
he like posted an update that basically said this is what's happening, and then the actual body of the update just says EOM.
Right.
Oh, not yellow. Don't bring me down.
Again,
That's the first song you think of.
Don't Bring Me Down is probably the biggest hit. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
trying to think of what else was. I mean,
I feel like Mr. Blue Sky
Mr. Blue Sky is pretty good.
retroactively has
Mr. Blue Sky retroactively. I mean, when it came
It's
out,
everywhere.
telephone line was a huge one too.
Evil
Yeah.
Woman as well.
Oh yeah, Evil Woman. I used to listen. My dad used to listen to ELO all the time. I remember that ELO Time is a fantastic album, and whatever it's like
Yeah.
I forget what they call those. It's like
Concept
the album.
album.
Well, no, it's like when the album is supposed to like tell a story or whatever. I forget what they call
Yeah, Green Day did one like a decade ago.
Concept album.
concept album or whatever. Like
yeah.
Wall is a
Yeah.
concept album, but yeah,
Tommy
ELO
Boy.
Time is a concept album. It's really good. I mean,
Oh,
but UFO I think is probably their best album though.
Okay.
it's so bad. Everything about Peterson, like, it's just gonna get worse with this Peterson game stuff too.
You don't know that.
I do know it, Lance. I know why I'm looking at this. Like, the only reason that I'm here is because of the fucking shit show today. And right now I'm looking at a shit show from 3 years ago where there's literally 100 people. And I'm not being hyperbolic. Well, maybe 50. They're like, I haven't got my book, haven't got my book, haven't got my book, haven't got my book. But then every once in a while, every like 20th comment, they're like, oh, hey, why don't you send us a support ticket? But then there's just like 20 in between there where they don't respond. It's so bad.
Like I said, I mean,
And these are comments from like, not like now. This is, oh my God, I can't, it's
Forrest, have you backed any of these games? Then you've got nothing to worry about. If you haven't.
Yeah, why are you
No.
getting so worked up?
It's
about
very
it? That's
offended
what I
for
don't get it. Yeah, I mean,
because it annoys me. Like because there's a lot of good people on Kickstarter who are, I don't know.
It's
Like,
like
when I s-
everything in the world, Forrest. There's good people that set up good businesses, and there's people that set up the opposite. I was thinking of the French word, mauvais.
Less
Mauvais.
good.
What's the English word for the French word that you were just using?
That's the problem. I am having gross problem to think about.
So the big thing with the Peterson Games thing is that they made the decision that like basically they were going to do huge print runs of the games instead of like just to cover, instead of doing a print runs to cover the Kickstarters. They made the decision that they were going to do these giant print runs because they said they basically had heard from several distributors that they wanted to carry their games, and it was just one of those things where they were like, well, we're just going to make these giant print runs, and by doing these giant print runs, we're going to make everybody's game be super late. And we know this, and because we have to think about the longevity of the company, not just fulfilling these Kickstarters. And everybody knew that it was going to make everything be super late. And they kind of just said, well, we're going to do this, whether you like it or not. And yeah. And, and it was just, and again, I mean, I'm not here to cast aspersion one way or the other. I mean, I'm not part of the company, but I mean, they had to have been going into it knowing full well that they were going to have customers that were going to be very upset, and they were going to say, well, we're gonna deal with them, and we're gonna handle it. And what are you giggling about now?
Right now I'm not looking at a board game. I'm looking at their 5e Cthulhu book they put out. And I was talking about how they'd have like 20 comments. If I didn't get my book, I didn't get my book. Then they respond like every once in a while, like piecemeal. I'm keeping scrolling down. And there's one where it's like, didn't get my book, didn't get my book, didn't get my book, didn't get my book, getting my book. This was like, hey, what's the word with your new game? And they're like, it's coming to Kickstarter next month. Back to didn't get my book, didn't get my book. It's so bad. Like they are actively just like, yeah, we're not even going to respond to these people. We're just like,
well, and that was the big thing too. They said that if you have any questions about this stuff, you can join our Discord.
Oh yeah,
and then that's where you're going to get responses if you join our Discord. We'll talk to you there, which is also kind of a garbage way to handle it, in my opinion. But then again, whatever, they're going to do it the way they're going to do it, and obviously they're willing to deal with the the feedback and the blowback from it. Again, who am I to, if that's what they want to do, right? So I don't know. I hope everybody gets their stuff.
I'm not holding out hope for these Star Trapless people. Like, how much does that? So I'm curious, Lance. How much would it cost to just have a pallet sit in like a warehouse for a year? Just ballpark. It's ballpark. I know it's going to depend. It's going to differ, but
say that again, so I understand your question again. I apologize.
How long would it sit to have? So if you ordered a game, it came to the warehouse, and then it was going to get shipped to you. How long? How much would it cost roughly to just have a pallet sit there for a year?
You have a pallet sit there? I mean, usually I don't know what Game Ronnie charges, but usually it's somewhere between $10 to $20 a month just to have it sit there.
Okay. Just curious, because I have a feeling there's going to be numerous other games that are just sitting in a warehouse somewhere. It seems like they have a lot sitting in warehouses.
I've heard other prices for pallets sitting in warehouses, ranging into the thousands. So it's basically they're kind of like held hostage as well, especially if like they say, oh, well, you need to pay a bit more extra so we can deliver it to you.
Golly.
Yeah. Oh, we're all a bunch of downers, aren't we? We should be talking about the good things about gaming.
Yeah, it's still a good thing. What's a good thing about gaming, Barry?
It's fun.
Okay.
It opens the mind. It has interaction, so we're not just shouting at people and moaning. Unless you're playing with your kids.
Borderlands. So that's all the good things. Okay. Yeah, I'm kidding.
Um,
Oh, Scott, is this store doing that flash sale stuff still?
Yeah.
Okay, that explains this.
Every Wednesday.
Okay.
Should have got one today. Did we get one?
I ordered something them tokens last week and something else came in the package with it. I just opened it up.
Yeah. I think it was, last week was
What?
a free promo. Can't remember
Yeah.
which one.
Yeah, it looks like not Spyfall, the other one.
Code names.
Code names, the
Yeah.
picture one, I think.
What was today?
Yeah,
Anyway,
I
I gotta
don't know.
run, guys. I apologize. I gotta do some BGG thing.
Oh, Mister, I gotta work at my job. Busy guy.
Well, I forgot I needed to do something before I go to bed, and it's already midnight, so 12:45. Not quite midnight. All right.
How's
Safe
it
All right,
going?
good night.
travels.
Oh, you won't be around next week, though, right?
No, unlikely,
Safe travels.
unless the
Yeah.
internet.
Enjoy your.
Unless I'm bored in
whatever it
Alaska
is.
and I find the internet.
Yeah, he ain't.
All right, take it easy, guys.
Take care.
There's another good thing about board gaming.
What's
Scott
that?
Alden.
Scott
Scott
Alden.
Alden.
Yes, we would never miss Scott Alden without board gaming.
And we wouldn't have had this wonderful site called BGG.
Yes, or we wouldn't be on this shit show every week without board gaming.
Yeah. Yeah. Being a real kind of Waldorf and Statler. Huh?
Hmm.
What's that? Yeah, Waldorf and Statler.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Waldorf.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't even remember. What I used to say it. Yeah, yeah.
I watched that new Muppet show with my niece. The band one, Mayhem.
Mayhem.
Yeah,
Electric Mayhem. was it
Electric
called?
Mayhem. Yeah, they have a show on Disney. It's a series. I didn't see all. I only saw the first one or two with my niece. It's pretty good though. The last few Muppet shows were really bad. Yeah.
It's hard to reclaim that magic, if you will.
I just think they went with some weird directions with it. Like that whole action cam one in the office thing. That was kind of a weird direction to go with. It just took some weird, strange pivots with it. As Disney does when they obtain their license.
Yeah. I think they restrict a few things, don't they? Which
Mhm.
are, unfortunately, like they cut a song from bloody Christmas Carol, and it's like the one song which I love.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
What song was that?
There's When Love Is Gone, which is the song that Scrooge's girlfriend sings to him when she breaks up with him, and that's removed.
Why? What did they give you a reason? Or?
I can't remember. I read about it, but it was like it made the film too long, and Disney didn't like it because it was, I don't know, they didn't like it. It had something in it which, yeah.
Okay.
And so it was removed. So I've unfortunately got the DVD. I had the video version which had it in, but then DVD came along, so I bought the DVD version, and it was like, oh, it's not in here. I'm like, crap. It's like the one memorable song which I remember because it made me cry. But yeah, bloody Disney. Disney have fucked up the Muppets, unfortunately.
Fucked up the
fucking Muppets. They were doing good with their Christmas Carol in their Treasure Island and their.
They lost Tim Curry.
Remember that one about the otter, the jug band or whatever? The like Emmett the Otter's like jug band or whatever. Do you remember that one with the Muppets?
No.
Really?
Yeah, I vaguely, yeah.
That was a good one.
Mm-hmm.
What the Fraggle Rock?
Fraggle Rock.
Down in Fraggle Rock. Down in Fraggle Rock.
Barry's Toy Time. Hello. Ashy Slashy.
The Mighty Trash Heap. we used to call my buddy Craig Boober because he was always like meh. So we'd always like Boober. He was always grouchy and sad and annoying.
Booba. Oh, it's
What
another
was it?
character.
Is Uncle Traveling Matt?
Oh yeah.
What was the main character? Something Fraggle. What was his name?
I can't remember. Gozo. It was
Greg?
Gozo.
No.
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 Bloody hell.
And it was
Sprocket the dog.
Oh,
yeah, the dog was cool. And
Yeah.
then the old guy who
Gidget.
ran the show, and then it was Wembley, and
Red.
then what was
Uber.
Uber.
the girl that wore the shawl? What was her name again? It was like
Moki.
Moki. That's right.
Okay, yeah.
And then she was always worried about the plight of the dozers, the guys
Yeah,
that walk
yeah.
around building stuff all the time. So, that was a good show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they did a remake.
And an animated series.
But yeah,
There you go. It's a good theme for a board game. The Muppet Show.
The Muppet
You got to
Show.
put on a performance. You got to hire the right
I'm sure
members
Funko's.
to do the different acts. So maybe get Fozzie to do a song, and then Gonzo to do some magic, and then
you don't want to be a puppeteer, as I was trying to tell me.
I always wanted to be a puppeteer.
It's got to be tough on your shoulders and back. I'm sure.
Uh-oh.
Well, I remember I read something about people that were on the Muppet Show and like how it was really weird to like you had to you had the people below you like moving all the pieces around, but then you had to interact with this this puppet that was right next to you and like pretend that it was like a person.
That's when you got to step into your childhood and accept that thing is alive.
Yeah.
I've seen interviews with people that have been on the Muppet Show, and they said, when it's like your favorite character that you grew up watching, you interact with the puppet and you totally forget that there's a person on the floor, and it's like, yeah, I can relate to that.
Yeah.
Especially with kids, when you do that with kids, you get a teddy bear and you pretend it's talking to your kid. Your kid totally forgets that you're there. They're just like.
So does Evan. I mean.
Well, and I know I've shared this story before, but I love this interview I read of Stephen King was talking about like he was just watching his kids play out on the street or whatever. And then he noticed this one girl off by herself, like sitting there like on the corner by the street, and she was like drawing stuff in the ground with this stick, and then she started like waving the stick around and like was talking to like nothing, and like going through these big long processes of like just whatever it was, whatever, like, and there wasn't any kids near her or anything. She was just doing her own thing, like living in her own world. And he was like, I sat there, I watched her do this for 45 minutes, and I felt, it felt kind of creepy, he said. But also I was like, he's like, at what point do we get so old that if we go out and do that, they show up with the white coat, and all right, Mr. King, can we get you to just step into the van here? That's like, yeah, no. We'll make sure those monsters never bother you again. Yeah, we'll just go on. Let's just.
That's why we do it behind closed doors.
And he's just like,
I'm guilty of that. I mean, when I'm prepping for a video, I do exactly the same thing. I'm like, okay, right, I'm going to talk about this game. I need to explain this game. I'm talking to myself, and then I'm in my head, I can see the board game on the table, and I'm like, no. So it's like, yeah, I still have that magic, that childhood fantasy of like, oh, Tom Vassell, what are you doing here? Hello, want a coffee? There you go. See, it works. It's good.
Mm.
I thought it was really there.
Maybe if he was like charging in there to hit you with a bat or something.
I was excited.
You were gonna say
The bat from something about Neanderthals. What's that game?
Oh yeah. That's
Oh, I remember the Ugtech.
Okay.
oh,
Yeah.
tech, yeah.
No, it was. You have to say something with only using one syllable words, and if you mess up, you get bonked with it. Poetry for Neanderthals. That's what it's called.
Okay.
What's that? We've heard of that.
That sounds amazing.
It
Amazing.
actually was a lot of fun.
so bad.
It was fun.
No, Peterson Games.
Oh,
Peterson Games is so bad.
You're still dialing.
Yes, because Barry, I'm going to do a full deep dive into Peterson Games. I'm on project number 22, which they just said it's supposed to come out in August 2020, and it's not going to come out. Hopefully, it's going to hopefully come out in 2024, but not until we've shipped Cthulhu Wars. But we're also going to do 2 other games before we ship this game because it's just, I feel the pain of these people. It's just so fucking.
Well, it is one of those things where I think they've gotten to the point where it's just like, well, we can't really piss off people more.
They can't.
So, I mean, in for a penny, in for a pound kind of thing.
They have a pledge level here where you pay them $1,700 and you get to have a weekend with Sandy Peterson and play some of his games. Oh, I wonder if that happened. What if people got that? Oh my golly. This is and it's only going to get worse. Like, that's the thing. I still have 10 of their projects. 10 of their projects to check out that are newer.
You're not sleeping tonight, are you?
I don't know if I'm going to get there.
It's just an unfortunate situation. I mean, if nobody could possibly think that Peterson Games wish that they were in this situation, right?
Then stop digging.
What do you think this video is going to accomplish for us?
It's my brand, I cover Kickstarters.
He's gonna get 7 more
viewers.
Yep.
Lance, you
at the
say
price,
that.
At the price of saying mean things about a nice man.
Mean things. These are truthful things, Lance. Truthful things.
Can truthful things be mean?
Yes.
Are they mean talking about?
Don't change the subject. I asked you a question. Can truthful?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Yes, they can. I've told my wife the truth every time, and she hates me for calling her a fat ass. Or the question, do I look good in this? And I say no. That's the truth. But it's hurtful. It's mean.
Yeah.
What Peterson Games?
Do you want to be that guy, Bauer?
What? Hey, if there's a lane, I'll try and fill it. Plus, I just find the stuff fascinating. I find it fascinating.
The demise of the company?
Yeah, it's a slow, just shipwreck of just so much stuff.
They're trying to find a way out of the hole. They're trying to cover their expenses and get people their games.
Yeah, you're trying.
Unfortunately, they have to do some extra digging to try and do that.
Well, it's a good thing Forrest is here to hand them shovels.
Have I got any grievances? Yes.
Well,
this is the Forest talk about this poor company which is struggling with its finances.
He still will. He's got 10 more to look at. Evan, you went to Origins, right? Thought I saw your ugly mug on the pictures.
It probably looked like this.
Yeah. Well, you were at Lance's all curmudgeonly looking down. But Hey, what you think of the fair?
I mean, I always have a good time. You know, everybody has their preferences and conventions they like and don't like and all that kind of stuff, but I always have a good time.
Hmm.
What
Good
were
time,
the
Evan.
What were the standout
That's what
moments?
that's what they write about me in the bathroom stall.
Good time, Evan. Call. What's your phone number again?
Got your number off the bathroom. Wow. What's that?
Oh, that was a highlight from the show, was it? That your name was in the bathroom hall.
He had a glory hole.
Is that faster pussycat? Is that right?
Hey? Yeah.
Oh yeah, Fast and Pussy.
Well, that's a band I haven't thought of in a million years.
Yeah, really.
It's a
Got
film,
your
isn't it?
number off the bathroom. Wow.
I had a buddy who was like a huge, like faster Pussycat fan. Like, just thought they were the best. I could not stand that band to save
Yeah,
my
they're not.
life.
Yeah. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion.
Yeah.
Everyone's entitled to watch shitty bands.
Yeah. They only had like the one record, right?
I mean,
Sure they have more.
I'm not up on my faster Pussycat knowledge, but
Now you
I mean, like the one hit type deal, right?
well, it's one more than I've had, so I guess they got
Yeah.
that going.
that's true.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
They're still around. More than 3 decades of rock and roll. Is that true?
Are they?
Wow.
Wow. Good for them.
Or is this really old? Because that could have been a long time ago too.
It's really old.
Years active. It says they're still active.
That's right. Kabuki said
85 to 93.
What are they gonna do, quit?
2001 to the present.
Kabuki was saying they were the house band at Ricky Rackman's place.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
You know what I want to know is
What?
like, I want to know, what is, well, first of all, I forgot about this. Everybody went to go see Grant at
Yes.
his thing.
I
And he
did.
did
I
a
did
good
not.
job. Well, okay. Well, me and Evan left early.
Did.
Because
Oh, you
I
suck that
I
bad, huh?
explained to him why after.
I got a grievance. Why? I
Yeah,
didn't go
because
to
he sucks.
Grants. I got a grievance.
Because you didn't get invited.
No, I got invited. I actually told Lance this. I had the most uncomfortable gaming situation I've ever had in my life.
you said that this. You say this is so uncomfortable. This did not seem uncomfortable to me. I might be
What was-
weird here.
That's
what
'cause
was
you
the
weren't there.
situation? What was the
You're weird.
situation?
What
I
was the
was
situation?
at the table. It was a large group social deduction game, like 9-10 people around the table,
Okay.
little circular table.
Mhm.
Woman 2 seats next to me coughed/sneezed about 100 times, just uncontrollable to the point where it's like some of those ones where she couldn't cover it fast enough.
Yeah.
And I just kept waiting for it to stop, and it just didn't stop. And I have a 1-year-old at home, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like, what, like, yeah, like, you should be an adult at that point, you know. And that's gonna say it's allergies, but still, like,
That's what it sounds like to me.
still, like, that's a lot. It's a lot of sneezing for a 90-minute game.
Did you get up and walk out, or you just?
I should have, but I didn't
Yeah.
feel comfortable with it.
Yeah.
I should have, and yeah.
You were more comfortable just taking the sneezes on the chin.
Yeah, completely
Well-
disengaged from the game, from the table. I was just,
Yeah.
Yeah, I get where you could be. But,
I've never had that either before. Like, I've never
Yeah.
been someone who's ever been weirded out by that, but this was just so much.
Right. It was over the top. Yeah.
So
that-
did Grant do
that'd be
it?
Yeah.
Did Grant do a show then? Did he?
apparently, they're ignoring you.
Yeah, they're ignoring me.
Yeah, he did a show.
All right. So I
How do you
wasn't
do,
there.
Evan, until
Did a
you
show. It was
decide
good.
to leave because he sucks so bad? But
No,
before that,
I had a game scheduled for 10 p.m. and his show started at 9. I was like, it's plenty of time.
Yeah.
But he had like 2 openers,
Oh, did he?
and then like 10:15 rolled around. I was like, So then I raced down, and they still let me in the game.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a grouch.
You
So,
is, but what do you have to say about
The New
the
Forest
show?
and
Yeah, you
well, I've heard
You heard through the grapevine what?
all of Grant's stuff. So it's like it's weird that like, I mean, it's just like, oh, okay, it's just like so he's
How he's recycling.
well, yeah, I mean, I understand. It's like that's the old joke where the stand-up comedian gets done with his set and he's at the bar and the beautiful lady comes over and says, I think you're the funniest man in the world. I want to take you home with me tonight. And the comedian says, did you see the 6:00 show or the 8:00 show? Because it's like you got to make
PG.
sure like yeah. Just like because the comedian is more interested about knowing which thing he had that was funny than he is about the actual like what's I'm looking for here. He's more interested about that than knowing how good he did, than whether or not the beautiful lady wants to take him home. So
Yeah, I mean that's the process of making a show, though. Is you hone it down over a year or two, depending on the individual comics process, and then.
And to be
Then
fair,
you film
this is only like his second time in big crowd, right?
No, I think he's done this several times.
I mean, with this material, not.
I think so. I think he's done it a few times. I could be wrong.
I know he did it BGG last year.
Oh, maybe this is only the second one.
Yeah, maybe.
was
Yeah,
his mum there?
So he's still fine tuning it. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, I don't know.
it's always good to have your mum at your show.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can say to you afterwards, "Oh, you didn't sing that song very well," or "Oh, you didn't play that song tonight. I like that song." It's like, "Yes, mum." Okay.
I'm sorry, Barry, too, but not all moms are that
your
way.
mama.
Yeah.
One of my favorite memories from a long time ago, I had hair and I was on this movie set.
So like the 1980s.
Yeah. And Brendan Fraser was in the movie, and we were at the rap party. And at one point, his mom comes into the room, and she's like, "Where's my baby?" and she's wearing an Encino Man T-shirt, and Brendan's like, "Oh," and she's like, "I love you so much." So some moms are just team you.
Yeah. My mum is. The amount of times
Your mom is Team Evan. That's awesome.
Unapologetically team you.
Yeah. That's one of the things I hated about my mum. She was always at my concerts, even though my wife tried to get her to babysit so my wife could come to the concerts, and it was like,
She was like,
no, she was always there. She was always there and always criticizing. Oh, you didn't do that right. Oh, that solo was wrong. Oh, I don't like that song. Oh God. And it's like,
that's my wife's job. She always lets me know.
Yeah.
She's like, "Oh yeah, that one section that was bad." Or like when I'm playing games with her, she's like, "You got to cut this thing. This game sucks." She's brutally honest. It's great.
That's good.
So she has played your games.
You're really bad at this.
How did you sell these?
She's really good. She's really good at games. She just doesn't want to go to conventions or anything.
Yeah. I don't blame her. You do have little ones too.
Well,
yeah.
That also makes it difficult.
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit.
No, she's really smart. She gives me all kinds of good insights and stuff.
So what happened to you?
I don't know.
He bunched up.
I just sit over there and look to the top, man.
You
Or
were
at
up.
least to wherever I'm at, wherever that is.
See what I did there? I took the whole like, I'm smart, and then like, you're not smart.
No, you're right. That's what I'm saying. She's the one. Steal her smarts.
Steal her smarts.
She's
I used to
actually had a
think my
couple
wife-
of good board game ideas that at some point we'll work on together when we don't have a 3-year-old. When we
That
have
always
to talk
helps.
for more than 2 minutes in a day.
Usually helps.
Oh dear.
So good times at Origins. I don't know.
Good damn it.
Yeah, it was fun.
Thanks for coming by the booth and checking on your game that we were selling, by the way.
Heck yeah. I did.
Really appreciated
I
that.
did.
That
I
was
went and did a little demo. I had
No, you
chat,
didn't.
talked about
you
it.
were
I
never
did.
there.
Not in the booth.
He's not stupid.
I did it on.
He knows a trap when he sees one.
It's a trap.
Like he came at Gen Con, he came to the booth to like, oh yeah. They were like, oh, can you tell me about this game? I was like, well, here's the designer. I'll have him tell you about it. And he got like 4 rules wrong, and I was like, all right, get out of here.
That's inaccurate.
I was just
I am a bad salesman. You were not wrong about that.
Mm.
But I was
you
not wrong
got
about
your
the
you got the
rules.
rules wrong on your
No.
own game. I had to like
No.
excuse you.
Well,
I'd be
remember
like,
which
No, and
version?
then Roy came over and actually sold the game.
Don't worry, even I used to get my lyrics wrong in my own songs.
I'm the
so,
same way.
mm.
I have my little lyric book sitting down on the floor, and I'm always like,
Never. I'm too lazy. They're in the head,
Dude,
and then when the head's not attached, that's it. You just got an improvised fucking show.
"You're welcome, everyone. This will never be seen again."
Ever.
It's never been said
And you're
before.
asking you if your performance was good that night. Which night was it? You
Mhm.
come on, Mum, tell me.
So it really looks like that. You're right, Lance. They're just trying to piss people off. Like they're just to the point where like, fuck it. Their most recent update for the $600,000 4X game that they haven't even sent to manufacturing yet, despite the fact it was supposed to ship in August 2020, does not even mention the game and instead talks about Cthulhu Wars 4th edition and 2 other games that they're trying to publish.
yeah, and they even said that like they said that since there's all this stuff, if you go far enough back, you'll find a thing that basically says something like, so all further updates will happen like this. And they basically said that they said the order in which these games are going to be we're going to show up. And so like first it's Cthulhu Wars, then it's like, Glorantha, and then it's this other thing, so it's just it's a situation where they, so then they just post those updates so people know that, okay, well, we're working on these other things, and once your game gets into the queue, then these things will be about you. So, but currently it isn't.
It's a $600,000 game. Like that's that's just astounding.
I mean, I think that they will eventually deliver these things. It's just going to take them years to get it done. And Cthulhu Wars sells enough stuff that like they will have the money to do it eventually, right?
You're a very
knows?
positive person, Lance.
I mean, it's just it's a proven game, that it's a big giant box with a bunch of miniatures in it. People get excited about that. So, I mean, and it's Cthulhu. So, and it's Sandy Peterson, the guy that basically put Cthulhu on the map. So people will just continue to buy it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Just ran into a snafu.
and they've sold imminently more copies of Cthulhu Wars than they have Kickstarter backers for their campaigns. So, I mean, one of the things that people don't realize, if you're angry about your campaign that hasn't been delivered, it's like the people that Kickstarter, and this is horrible to say, and I don't think that you can't you can't treat your backers like garbage forever, right? It's just like there is eventually a law of diminishing returns that catches up to you.
They're trying.
Yeah, they're trying, but no. So
That's the Netherlands.
the thing about it is that, I mean, the vast majority of people that probably own Cthulhu Wars don't even know that they're having these kinds of problems. I mean, they just don't know about it. It just doesn't exist, And the people that are saying, I'm never gonna back another one of your games ever, they're like, yeah, okay, since we already got your money and you're never going to back another one of my games ever, why then am I trying to make you happy? You know, I mean, there's only one, I mean, and I'm not saying it's the right mentality to have, but I mean, if you log in every single day and you got somebody basically beating down your door, telling you you suck every single day of your life, eventually you're just going to be like, why am I logging in to let them, tear me apart like this? This is stupid, and so it's just, then they're out. And there's a publisher that I'm not going to name them just because, I'm not going to betray confidence, but I mean, that's another one of those people that are like, yeah, I don't even read the comments anymore. I post an update, say this is when you can expect your game, this is where the process is, and then I'm out. Because I'm not gonna just hang out there and let people scream and yell at me anymore, and just you just, I don't know. I mean,
Become
like everybody has been in a situation where you've been in an argument with somebody that just you've apologized, you've said I'm sorry, you've recognized the fact that you made a mistake, but that's just not enough, right? The person, because they're angry and they're not, their anger has to go somewhere, and they need to figure, and they want to get it out of their system. Well, at a certain point, you just can't sit there and listen to somebody yell at you. Eventually you're just like, yeah, I'm not doing this. I mean, I don't care. I mean, I can remember years and years and years and years ago, dating some girl, and she was just in there screaming and yelling at me and screaming and yelling at me. And eventually it was just like, click. And I was like, you know what? You're right. Don't ever call me again. Just like, the law of diminishing returns has reached a point where it is not worth it for me to just sit here and listen to you yell at me anymore. So I'm out. Sayonara. See you later. And you move on with your life. And I mean, there's something to be said for taking ownership and saying, yeah, I definitely mistakes were made, as they famously will say, but I don't know. I mean, and it's always a handful. It's like, and it's not to say that handful aren't upset, or they don't have an axe to grind. I mean, or the axe to grind, their grind is unreasonable. I'm not saying that either. What I am saying is that, it's like, oh, we have 6,000 backers for this campaign, and these 7 people every day saying we suck. I mean, eventually you're just like, I just don't care what these 7 people have to say anymore. I'm not gonna go and get on the dunk chair so they can knock me in the water anymore.
Yeah, I know a company. I'm not going to name any names, but they basically did the same. They had so much slack from their Kickstarter projects that they were in financial difficulties, and they were trying to resolve them. And they said, it's best if we just quit the company, go into liquidation, and that's it. Because we don't want to try and give you your game, although we're having all this financial problem trying to get you your game. We can't afford to do it. So they said, well, we're just going to close the company, and that way they don't have to respond to any of the customer comments or complaints. It's done by the liquidation company that now has to deal with it and try and recuperate the money back and make sure that the customer gets what they need, plus try and save a bit of money for themselves for doing the work that they're doing. However liquidation companies work, I don't know. I know it's governmental, but yeah, so they found it easier just to close the company down and not bother with all the stress of dealing with this handful of negative comments when they're trying to sort out the problem.
And here's the deal: the vast majority of them, it's just like, I mean, they don't have the option anymore. I mean, they've run out of options. They don't have the money. They don't, I mean, short of running another Kickstarter, they don't have the ability to get the money, and it's just, and so they're done. I mean, it's just there's
It's sad.
no, it
Yeah.
is, it is, and
Yeah.
it's like that's the thing that probably drives me the craziest is that people
Yeah.
are like, oh, how could you do this? Well, it's not like they went into it saying, I want to lose a bunch of money and waste the last 3 years of my life. That's
Yeah.
also, I want
destroy
to
my
have 1,000
reputation.
people hate me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to bed and think of how I'm gonna pull this off. Just like, yeah, and you can say all day long, it's just like, oh, it's just like, well, how are you so stupid? How would you make these decisions? Well, and ultimately, I mean, and I realize that nobody really thinks of it this way, is that Kickstarter is still an investment. It's
Mhm.
you are giving people money with the idea that they might hand you a thing later, and it isn't a guarantee by any means. And you always have that person who comes into the Kickstarter comments and says Kickstarter is in the store, and then people will say, screw you, we
Yeah.
know it doesn't mean it's right. Well, no, it is
Risks and
still
benefits. Yeah.
it is still just an investment. And what happens with investments? I mean, have you ever seen the movie Margin Call? If you haven't, it's a really good movie, and it's very quickly. Margin Call is another one of those like Big Short type movies, which is also a really good movie. Big Short's really good, but Margin Call was a movie that said what was it? They're like, basically there's this company that said, oh, like we have all this stuff on the books for us that is going to be valueless very, very soon. And if that happens while we have it, we're going to go out of business, this like $1 billion corporation. And so the CEO of the company basically says, when the markets open up tomorrow, we dump everything. We start the sale at this ridiculous price, and we just keep selling it at lower prices. And then the one guy in the room says, played by Kevin Spacey, he says, we do this, nobody will ever do business with us again. We're going to be selling people turds that we know are turds, and we're going to be lying to them. And then the guy basically, see, you're laughing, and not even laughing what I'm talking about. It's
So I'm
non
He's
sequitur
reading
stuff.
about the Kickstarter.
You're talking
Yeah.
about the movie. There's something funny. I'm reading a message.
No. So then basically the guy says, no, we're not. We are offering them an item like we've always done at a really good price for something that has a perceived value of more than that. And so then so they make the movie out to that this company's like this bad guy. But then I watched this Wall Street guy who is actually watching that movie. And he said, first of all, if this Kevin Spacey character, if he stood up and said that in a boardroom, he would be fired immediately. They would just say, you don't have the balls to work in this business anymore if you're actually worried about people's feelings. He said, the bottom line is this. He said, when you watch this movie, is that everybody making these trades on all of these on all these bonds and everything like that, they know full well the risks that are involved in the situation, that the money that they are using right now, that they could lose it all. He said, and anybody who thinks differently shouldn't be in Wall Street. It's like, that's what it is. And he said, they create this to make this person look evil, but he's not being evil. He's being smart. And he's doing exactly what and then they play this one scene where the guy basically says, well, it's like our price is whatever it was, like 60 cents on a dollar or 40 cents on a dollar, whatever. And the guy's like, what do you know that I don't know? What I know is I'm offering you a really great price on something, and you've got 5 minutes to decide if you want 25,000 shares of it. And the guy's like, it's like, can you give me 30,000 at 30? And he's like, yeah, done. And so it's just like, and the guy and it's just like, and he goes, that's real. It's like the guy, it's all about strength and leverage and stuff like that. So The reason I said that is that, first of all, one, go watch Margin Call. It's a really, really good movie. Two, like, people need to get over the fact that, like, and I say this as a publisher who uses Kickstarter, like, when you back something on Kickstarter, it isn't guaranteed. And you can be angry and mad about it, but like, I don't even read updates anymore. I just, unless it's something like, we need your address, that kind of thing. So I don't know.
Defeated. What Lance said. We've gone through this before with publisher though. I mean, Flying Frog went through something similar years ago, and there's another one. Yeah. They made it through. See what happens in 6 months.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, it's just like, that's one of the weird things about, I had many conversations with other publishers at the thing. And it was a lot of very honest people. As far as like people's mentalities and where people were at. It's one of those things where I don't know, man. People are very real about the golden age of board games is over, you know. And now people are doing the grind. I mean, it is. I mean, it's just like, now all these publishers that had their one big game and a dream and had their like big Kickstarter and they got their game company started, now they're in the grind. And all these guys that were all like, oh, I got this one, I got this one, and I got this one, and everything I touch turns to gold, you know. And all of a sudden now they're like, oh, I put out these games, and it's like, oh, I put out this small box game and I sold 8,000 copies of it. Cool. What was your margin on that? Oh, you made $6 each. And you might say, oh, that's pretty good, you know, and you sold 8,000 of them. It's just like, yeah, but you know, the guy's probably got another 8,000 in a warehouse that nobody's ever going to buy because he sold them, and I don't know. It's like I said, people are hitting the grind now, and people are just like, this used to be easy and now it's tough. And, I mean, we have meetings every week about where we're going to sell this and where we're going to sell that. And it's a grind. And people are like, oh, why don't you like playing board games anymore? It's like, because it's a fucking job now. That's why. It's not giggles and slide whistles anymore. It's just...
Ooh, game idea.
I remember slide whistles in a game before.
Yeah.
Giggles and slide whistles.
And I don't mean that to be negative. I mean, there's still lots of cool games coming out and lots of awesomeness coming out. But I mean, it's yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Well, there's saturation, isn't there?
No, I mean, that's just it. I mean, Shane said publicly, he's like, oh, I want all these companies to go under. I mean, just because that means that like the ones that actually have shit that they can sell are going to be the only ones around. I mean, I don't know.
Did the bubble finally burst?
It's not. Well, give me a second. I gotta use the bathroom. I actually have thoughts on that. Give me a second. I gotta go pee.
God. Ooh, I gotta hang around to listen to that.
You do.
I don't know if you can hear pee.
Turn up the volume a little bit. Pump up the volume.
Cheers.
Base. Ali Forrest, go on, enlighten us.
Yeah, that was back when I had hair, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know that feeling.
That long ago.
Yeah, right. Back when I had
Yeah.
a little bit of hair.
So
I'm
did
doing
you,
my research now.
did you
You
play?
designed a game?
Yes, it's a shitty game about tower defense and empires and all sorts
It's
of
the worst.
story. I was actually going to pick it up at a BGG cut. I forgot about it. There's a couple games I wanted to play it. I forgot.
I was gonna pick up after the Empire, then I got high.
Yeah. That's what it
Gonna play my
was.
friend's game, but then I got high. Gonna stop by the Gray Fox booth, but
I never stopped by the Green Fox booth. It's that. Why would I walk into a trap? It's a trap.
There you go. That gives me something to do with when I got on insomnia tonight. I can watch all these videos on
That
after
shit.
the Empire.
Yeah. What I didn't play. Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't seen it in any stores here in France. So
really?
no,
Mhm.
I'll check with my my friend who owns a store, see if they got a copy in stock.
I know there's a copy in a store in Iceland and in Ireland, so
Yeah.
that might not be helpful at all.
Ireland's not far, Barry. It's just a channel and then a boat.
Yeah, they're on the same. They're on the same currency as us. So shipping
Channel
will
on a
be
boat
cheaper.
right away.
Yeah, cheaper than going from Ireland to England and then from England to France.
Yeah.
Sure would be. Is that really? Is
Uh,
that channel expensive? That going from France to
Oh
England?
gosh, I don't know.
It's a bit more. Yeah,
Yeah.
I prefer the boat.
Okay.
Boat's cheaper.
Yeah. If you take the channel, you don't get to see the beautiful Normandy coast.
Really?
Yeah,
I've never
as well.
been there, but here the ferry is actually more expensive than going in a tunnel. You know, like,
Yeah, and again, I always have to contemplate: do I prefer to be seasick, or do I prefer to be claustrophobic? Yeah, it's like,
I think I would go seasick.
Yeah,
That's freaky to be underneath the sea, I think. I've never done it. I don't know.
I've never done the sea. I've been under cities.
Um,
Yeah, like
Lance, what are your thoughts on the board game bubble bursting?
All right, so okay, so this is now you can.
tee you up.
All right, so there's a few things that I'm actually like, because it's my job and it like matters whether or not I have a job. I've thought about this a lot. So
Usually
one of
does,
the
yeah.
first things that made me go kind of made me blink a few times was BGG Con, and I mentioned this before, but the flea market. The flea market is one of the things I love more than anything. I mean, like I look forward to the BGG Con flea market literally all year, because
Yeah,
usually
you've
I
talked about that before.
find something. I find a grail, or I find something that, you know, I'm like an old piece of cardboard from my youth kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was, when I was walking around the flea market, and I found like finally got my copy of Magic Realm unpunched. I finally got my Wiz War first edition, stuff like that. So I mean, it was a good flea market for me. As I was walking through there, I noticed something that was very, very common. Like in the past, like my first BGG Con was like 10 years ago or something like that. It was all old cardboard. It was all just lots of these old games. There was some few new ones, but it was just tons of older games. Out of print stuff or whatever. What I noticed on more, everybody gets a table. They pay whatever it is, $20 for that table and whatever. What I noticed more than everything was two things. One, those tables were stacked full. Like I'm talking, I mean, like you couldn't see the person standing behind the table. Board games, 5, 6, 7, 8 tall from one end to the other. They were all, lots of them were still in Strink. They were all titles that were a year, maybe 2 years old. And every single table had the exact same fucking shit on it. And it was all, and then it was either that, or it was a table and it had insert name of Kickstarter here that had 17 boxes of whatever. And it was, whatever, so and so Kickstarter, everything, $120, and they're all in, probably ran them 350 when they got it, but now it's 120. Or the people that had all these games, like they were 2 years old or like that, they wanted like $40 for it. And it was just kind of like, dude, nobody's gonna buy that for $40.
Mhm.
I can find a brand new one online for $31. Just like that isn't in shrink. But they had paid $60 for it, and they didn't want to lose the money. I mean, like in a situation like that, the only people that move all their shit is the people that say $10 a game. What do you want? That's how you have to move it. You have to give, just basically give the shit away, and just be happy with the few $100 that you get. And what that told me was all these people had gotten into the hobby because of whatever TV show or whatever, and they just bought everything.
Mhm.
Back in the day, when I got into the hobby, people did the exact same thing. They got into the hobby and they bought everything. But back then, there was only like 30 or 40 games that were worth having, and that's what everybody bought was everything. I mean, I've said this before, but back in the day, when you went to a convention and you walked through an open gaming hall, like 12 years ago, you'd walk up and down and every single game that was being played on every single table. Oh, you're playing Agricola, you're playing El Grande. You just know every single game that was being played in every single spot. And if there was a new game, you'd see people grouped around that table watching it being played, because it was like, oh, I've never heard of this. What is this? What is this Orleans you speak of? Like, and then they'd be excited about it, right? So, but now it's not the case. You walk into a place and it's just like, I mean, I will say this, in the hotel lobby of the Hilton where I was staying, there was a group of people. I had to laugh about this. This is maybe kind of mean. There was a group of people. I walked in. I got to the hotel around 3. They were playing like a 6-person game of Dead of Winter, and I hadn't seen anybody play Dead of Winter in a long ass time.
Yeah.
But I went up. I checked in, got in the room, went downstairs. Shane had to get stuff out of his car, out of his trailer, got that stuff, brought it up to my room, came back down, went into the convention hall, got my badges, went, and we had to wait for Shane to like get his trailer over to the loading dock area so we could haul the stuff in. Hauled the stuff in, set up the booth, went back to the hotel. They were still playing Dead of Winter.
It's a long
Or they were playing with the
I-
expansions.
Oh yeah, I was like, oh yeah, I remember Dead of Winter. Like I remember I asked my friend, "What do you think of Dead of Winter?" He says, "It's interminable."
I
But
remember liking it.
I love it.
I think that game is
I prefer
the
that.
crossroads mechanic that it happens once every 12 times you draw a card. But it's so cool.
It was their first version.
I don't.
Not that the next one's got better. But
I
next one's kinda
I
sank,
played a
didn't
game
it?
of it with Jonathan Gilmour, and like literally it was a situation where my character had nothing to do. I've told that story a few times,
Yeah.
but I was just in a situation because of my abilities. Basically, my job was to stay at the camp because I was
clean up.
able, basically, and clean up. That was what my character did every single turn. Everybody else is going off on adventures. I had to sit there and basically protect the people. And I guess technically I could have left and gone and done something, but then I would have, basically caused us to lose. So
I actually had that character once.
and I was just like, this isn't fun. I was and those turns, everybody, when you're playing with like 4 or 5 people, and it's like it's a good 10 minutes before it gets back to you. I was falling asleep in my chair. I was just wake me so I can move my guy over here. I can kill the one zombie that's trying to come in. Yeah, it's just garbage. Anyway.
Garbage.
Anyway.
Pile of garbage.
No, so what am I trying to say here?
We don't know.
No, okay,
Rarely
COVID
do.
bubble.
You were
So that
talking
was the
about
first
walking
thing where I
through the
realized
hall and seeing
people have
somebody
started to
playing all
realize
game.
that they spent a bunch of money on this stuff and they weren't actually using the stuff to actually enjoy the hobby anymore.
Right.
And they were trying to get rid of stuff. Then what happened is that I think what people are starting to realize, like you start seeing these things that like, oh, we've got like 17 expansions and all this stuff for this big giant Kickstarter, and like, and you see those things used to be a guaranteed, maybe not $1 million, they were a guaranteed 750 800 grand,
Yeah.
Kickstarter, and you're starting to see those things are instead making 300 grand. It's just like there's like this massive reduction on those. And the other thing that I've noticed, that you started seeing these big giant companies like Mythic with their like 50 employees. Now they're like running on a shoestring level employee base. Yeah, and because they can't sustain the $1 million Kickstarter model that they were under, and I mean, it's you're just seeing that, like, Tony said people buy things as a substitute for actual engagement in the stuff, and that's a great point, Tony. Well done. I mean, it's just, and that's, and honestly, right now, what's holding a lot of the companies up is that, and this is, once again, I have no stats on this. This is just a gut feeling. But over COVID, what did people do? They couldn't interact with people. They couldn't be out. They couldn't go to work. They couldn't go to school. They couldn't do all these things that they normally would be out and around people. What did they do? They bought stuff. They went online and bought stuff because it made them, it gave them a dopamine hit. It gave them like a thing. Oh, I went on Amazon and I bought a new comforter for the bed. I can't wait to have it. I bought some underwear. I bought a board game. You had those things, and I think that people are still holding true. That's why, like, Origins was a really good selling convention for us. We were selling stuff, and it was just like old games, and people were like, that looks cool. I want to buy a copy of Reavers of Midgard, stuff like that. I mean, it was just, we should have brought another 20 copies of After the Empire. We would have sold those too. I mean, it was like After the Empire. I mean, it's crazy. It's like you set up the main game board for After the Empire, and you set up one castle next to it, and people are coming over and they're like, "What is this?" Because they see that castle. And they see the little toys, basically, and they're like, "What is this?" I want to make a castle. I want to make a castle. I want a game.
Sucks.
I want a game, and it's just like, okay, well, this is the Kickstarter, and if you give me $140, you can have that. You can have all the neoprene mats, and you can have this cool little promo and this cool little Captain of the Guard expansion. And they just hand the money over like it's nothing. They're like, "Sure,
Yeah,"
because I'm gonna." And the good thing about After the Empire is it's one box. It's not like here's this box, and then here's this one. Hold on, I got 7 more here. Let's go ahead and give you these.
Hold on, did I hear something about an expansion play testing there, Evan?
Oh, the expansion is just gonna double down on the toy factor so bad. It's like, oh, you want some cool moats for your castle? Cool. Okay, you want some cool boiling oil you can pour on people as they attack? Cool. You can add those on there too.
We went with the slightly more historically accurate boiling water.
Oh,
well, lame.
It happens.
You just jump in the moat, and then you're fine.
Ooh.
Well, if you
gotta
ever
watch out for
send
the
me
sea
a copy,
monster. But
if you ever send me a copy of the game, maybe I'll play it. I doubt
That's the reason to spend a lot of money on shipping right there.
Yeah.
Look at it.
No, I really
some
was
point.
at BGG Spring. There's a couple. I went to try that First Rat, and there was another one.
Oh yeah, First Rat looks cool.
Oh, the Schmersh. I went to see the difference between the two editions, and I ran out of time.
Is Great
No,
Fox
I
going to
mean,
be at
it's just,
Essen?
it used to be that you could just you could say, oh, here's my new giant miniatures game, and there's
Right.
these 17 boxes you get with it, and
Yeah.
people are just like, yeah, no.
Yeah, Ryan and I were just talking about that trend last night.
Yeah, I know that Le Boîte de Jeu are not doing that anymore.
Oh,
With
what
their,
the Jew's done.
yeah, c'est dingue.
The
Mais
bum's lost, Lebowski. The bum's lost.
their latest game, the Malia Land of Legends, is actually going to be one big box. It's not going to be this stretch goal box and that stretch goal box. With this expansion box, it's going to be one big box.
Thank
What
goodness.
does you? I was thinking what Aju, the online gaming portal.
Oh no, Le Boîte de Jeu.
Oh, what Aju.
They did
Azure?
the It's a Wonderful Kingdom,
We
It's
used
a
to play
Wonderful
lot of
World.
Concordia.
Outlive,
Concordia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but where was I going? Oh yeah, Grey Fox Games going to be at Essen because there is no French edition or in the French online stores copies of After the Empire.
Yeah.
So I bet you money that we will have Josh will go there to take meetings, but we are not going to have a booth. So
Okay.
there's just yeah. I mean, we might. I mean,
Money.
if Last Light takes off,
Right.
like we hope, then I could see Shane seeing if he could find somebody to buddy up on a booth. You know,
Mhm.
but I mean, it's just too expensive.
Yeah.
To get product there and everything else. It's just
Yeah.
kind of a.
Especially halfway around the world as well. So yeah, I don't blame you.
I mean,
And so you get-
I wouldn't hate going back to Essen again. I mean, but I mean, I'm also just kind of like, yeah, whatever.
It's just another show, another day in the office.
Well, no, and I mean, I don't know. I'm
Oh,
kind
now
of.
he could go see German things that are within 3 blocks of him, and then go back to the hotel. Different scenery, Barry. Come on,
Yeah, it is.
spice of life.
Yeah, different scenery, different people as well. They all speak English.
Yeah,
there.
it's
It's
spice of
incredible.
life.
I mean, it's only what 10, 14-hour flight. How long is a flight from there to?
Yeah, I got a 5-hour drive, which is nice.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah. Unless Berkey's in the car with me and he'll be talking and talking. I'll be so distracted I won't hear the sat nav telling me to take which exit. Or
Will he tell you
asphalt.
about the military grade aluminum?
Yes,
Yes.
he will over and over. He loves
Which
that.
is manufactured in Minnesota.
Yeah.
I love Berkey. I stopped by his booth and he gave me some sweet, delicious Berkey jerky. It was awesome.
Mm.
Yeah, it was
So
jerky.
good.
His spice rub was good, but Jen it's too much pepper in it for Jen. But I liked it a
I
lot.
liked it, man. I thought it was tasty. So
Man, he's a good cook.
Yeah.
I was
Oh,
like, you should sell this stuff, dude. Just dedicate half, put a rack in your booth.
yeah.
Just like,
Yeah.
I mean, I
should
guess
do.
then you probably have to
He said he looked into it and there was FDA stuff. There,
yeah, selling
that
food's
type
a
of
whole-
stuff.
yeah,
Yeah.
selling food's a whole other thing.
I was gonna say, yeah, I bet if he could, he probably would have made a whole bunch off that at the at
Yeah,
Origins, because that place, man, that open gaming area was popping. Like
Oh,
it
yeah,
was
it was full and there's no food there.
overflowing.
They have
It's
the restaurants,
overflowing.
but they're freaking never open. You know, at
Oh,
least not when I was there.
the Greek place. I will say the Greek place in the food court down the way. Oh,
it
so
good?
good. Oh my gosh, I go there every year.
I forget about that food court because it's like a little it's under the thing with the it's off in a weird corner that I always forget about.
It's by the
Yeah.
RPG nerds.
Yeah.
Them nerds.
I'm gonna say good night to you all. Start my
Uh,
day. Get the kids up and take them to school.
Later, Barry.
Take care. Good to
Where
see you all.
everybody?
Stay safe.
Right.
But yeah, that's my doom and gloom report for the industry.
I wish I could say that I don't see the exact same stuff. but like we're heading into a recession. Like, I think you're right, man.
Well, and it's just like it's so tough to like, and it used to have a pretty good idea of what games are going to be popular and what games aren't. Like you
Right.
could have a pretty good idea, and now it just seems like it's just a. I saw a pretty good video. Actually, it was really good. It was like somebody that was talking about how it was a conversation about the AI art, and it was a YouTube video, and the guy actually is an artist, and he was just like, and he talked about art, and he talked about his parents, and like basically he had a situation where his mom and his dad were singer songwriters, and they actually were pretty famous at one point in their lives, and just like for a little snippet of time they were pretty popular, and it was like, and then like but eventually there was like a divorce and this that and the other thing. But what he talked about is that his father talked about art, and he said art, every single time you make a piece of art, whether it's a song or it's a painting or it's a book or whatever, it's a little tiny lottery ticket, and every time you make one, and I love that the metaphor. Every time you make that lottery ticket, there's a chance.
Yeah.
So I look at every YouTube video.
There's a chance that well, yours aren't art by any chance, but anyway,
Hey, some of them are. Some of them are.
And that's the way he described it, and he was just like, and he said, in a perfect world, we'll find a way to we would find a way for people to be accredited for what there are, and even if it was like fractions of a penny for each transaction, like each time an AI would scrape your art and create something, you'd get some. So then that would actually then encourage people to continue creating art and publishing it, because then he says, and of course that would come with its own levels of problems, because there would always be somebody who would be trying to game it. Okay, well, I'm going to make 7,000 pictures of this. I'm going to make 20,000 pictures of this. Just kind of like, so when the AI scrapes that art, like I'm getting those fractions of a penny more often than not. Right. But I mean, it was like,
I cornered the market on
this
thing.
And he just basically, he said, it's just like, I still know in the video, I still have a friend who's a blacksmith, even though, and people still go to him and have him make things, right. It's just like, he's like, it's like, what does that tell me? He's like, literally, he's making things out of cold iron that are manufactured better, stronger, in multiple different ways already. Yet my friend is still, and he's like, and he it isn't like he's 65.
Cold iron is better against undead anyway. So
and he's like, and he's in his 30s, and it's what he does for a living. Yeah. And he said if I live in a town of 8,000 people, if my friend can make a living doing that, we can have all the AI art in the world, and artists are still going to be able to make money, and they're still going to be able to do it. And so
but how many people, as a percentage of the number of people that used to make a living as a blacksmith, are now making a living as a blacksmith?
No, but I mean, but I think it's a good point.
There's a few.
I think it's a very good point that like we are always going to, we're always as humans, and maybe it's an altruistic and maybe it's an optimistic attitude, but as humans, we are always going to, we're always going to want to read a novel that was created by a person, as opposed to because the computers can't do it, right?
If you know the difference, yeah.
But you can tell, right? And maybe at some point you can't tell.
At some point, you won't be able to.
Yeah.
We say that, but I mean, but it hasn't happened yet. I mean, like we always say, oh, eventually this is going to happen. Oh, eventually this is going to happen.
I mean,
Well,
I
until
would
it
say-
happens, then
Yeah.
until it happens, then we don't know it's eventually
Yeah.
going to happen.
Yeah, we're not there yet.
I don't know. It was a good little video. It's a guy who does he does little animation videos for D&D stuff. The guy's name is Z Bashew, Bashew. If you he's got a really cool channel. He talks about a lot of D&D stuff. He's got a good sense of humor. He's kind of funny. Go look it up. You can find him on YouTube. He's got hundreds of thousands of people that follow him, and he makes, and like I said, he makes cool little D&D videos. They're hilarious. Well, some of them are hilarious. Some of them are whatever. But yeah, I mean, but it was a good little thing, but it reminded me that that's what kind of like what we do is with board games, is that like you find something that's cool, you find something that's fun, you find something that's mechanically sound with no problems. You spend a large amount of time making it, publishing it, throwing it out into the universe. That's your lottery ticket, and either that will pay for itself and a little more, pay for itself and a lot more, or
Right.
not pay for itself at all. And you just kind of hope that you get the second one more often than not.
Well, I tried to get my music out there, and I gave my CD to a very
Ah!
influential YouTuber, and he never listened to it
Son of.
and never talked about it.
Oh.
Yeah,
There goes
that
your
guy's-
lottery ticket.
That was your lottery ticket, and it
And that was my- that
it
was
got
my lottery
lost in the ether of the.
No
That's
Willy
I still find that hilarious. That, hey Shane, give this to. Oh yeah, I will.
See, Shane's cock blocking me at every turn.
Oh, it happens.
It wasn't on purpose.
Oh, it might happen.
Could have been my chance. It was my lottery ticket. It went unscratched. There's no way in the future I could ever bring you a CD.
Never.
What's the line? It's like, well, I didn't mean to do it. Well, you didn't try not to.
Mhm.
Right? Yeah, exactly. You didn't try very hard to make it happen, did you?
In a perfect world, that would have fallen out of my pocket and it would have landed in front of him, and I wouldn't have had to do any work whatsoever, and he would have it now.
Exactly.
Yeah, no. I'm sure the music is amazing. The
Nah.
one song you had me listen to on the YouTubes was the song All Right.
Oh,
The
I like it.
song.
I got a couple of their songs on my Spotify. It's good
Oh,
stuff.
really? Nice.
It'll be on AI soon. Don't worry, Evan.
Right? Just little snippets of it.
It's
I'll be like, that was my voice.
like hearing it on the radio. What was the name of the channel? It's Shelf Side, I believe
Shelf
it is.
side. I don't know.
It's a
There's so many channels.
yeah, but they did a thing where what game was it? They tried to get the was it G chat, the AI chat.
chat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They tried to get that to teach them how to play. Was it Ticket to Ride? It was an easier game. I can't remember what it was though. And the outcome was not good. It's just nowhere near there yet. Like
Yeah.
they were asking simple questions, and it was confusing them. And
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I think it'll get there, but it's not there yet. So
Nah.
Well, it's like writing a rule book, you know. I mean, like that's not going to happen anytime soon. I mean,
Yeah.
you're going to have some. Like I've said, writing a good rule book is art, and I don't see
yeah.
I don't see AI taking over that anytime soon.
That's true.
I mean, I don't know. And here's the thing about that though too is that and I realize this is a little bit of a well, what about it? This is a little bit of a whataboutism, but for me, what I have a problem with is it's like, okay, well, I mean, we've been automating shit for more and more all the time.
Right.
Yeah.
And as long as it doesn't affect you and it
Right.
makes your life better, nobody says
Yeah.
shit, right? You know, it's just like, so all these artists who are saying, oh, you know, I love the fact that I have this, you know, automated whibber jabber that, you know,
Yeah.
does this for me. Oh, well, there used to be a dude that used to do the whibber jabber for you, but now he
Yeah.
doesn't anymore, you know,
Right.
but you didn't give a shit about his job.
Yeah.
You know, but
Yeah,
as
it's
soon
like
as,
that. Yeah. That quote that's like, when they came for the, whatever group.
Yeah.
oh yeah,
did
yeah,
nothing. When
and
they
nobody,
came for the whatever
and,
group, you did nothing. And now they've come for me.
and nobody, and there was nobody left to stand up for me because everybody else was gone, you
Right.
know?
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, it's just like, you
That's
know, I
true.
mean, it's like,
It's
you
the
know,
automation du jour.
I mean, it's, you know, I kind of like the fact that the grocery store that I go to doesn't have any automated things.
Yeah.
Hard to find that here.
You
It
can't,
really
you know,
is.
I mean, it's just kind of like, I just, you know, I mean, there's people there and there's a person bagging the groceries as well.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
everybody's like, how you doing? How's it going? Yeah, how you doing? Now I know I'm probably paying more for my groceries because they have to pay for those salaries. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not stupid. I
Right.
I understand how it works, but
Right.
I mean,
I
you go to
remember-
Walmart, Walmart doesn't have a single person
No.
working. It's all automated. There's the one person watching the automated ones sitting in their phone making, you know, you could walk out the door with your entire cart and they probably wouldn't notice.
Or care.
I remember when this happened with the Jersey, the bridges in Jersey, going from Philly to Jersey. They were going to automate the tolls. The Easy Pass was coming in, and there was a big thing about that because it was taking toll collectors' jobs. Yeah, and look where that ended. Now you go across. I don't know about now. I haven't been over the bridges lately, but I went through these tolls in Maryland, and it's all Easy Pass. You know, there's nobody there. So, like, you know, eventually it's coming. Like every other
yeah.
field, eventually it's going to be there.
Oh yeah, I've definitely got some doomsday culture scenarios playing in my brain, but I try not to bring other people down with them over the next 50 or so years.
I think it might take longer than 50 years. We'll see.
Well, yeah, I mean that's a perfect example. I mean, it's just like, oh, you know, it's like this is a toll collector job. Well, you know, now they don't have a job anymore.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
but you don't give two shits about that because it didn't affect you. You know, I mean, it's
Right.
just, and I know there's other arguments
Sweet,
and
now I
stuff
don't
like
have to
that,
stop.
and you can say because well, it's art is different because it's, you know, it's something that's creating. But I mean, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I just. It's Pandora's box. I mean, this is nothing. You know, I'm
Right.
not super smart when it comes to this stuff or whatever. But
Yeah.
you can't close the box now that it's open. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe
Deal
one of
with
these
it.
days I'll sit down and write out my dystopian novel. You guys can
Yeah.
see all my thoughts on it.
Why you gotta go dystopian all the time? You never know.
How can you not go dystopian?
Maybe
That's my question.
maybe it could solve all of our problems.
Yeah, you never know. Hey, you never know. You have
And
to
then kill
remove-
us all.
Yeah, I was gonna say you have to remove the human element to solve all the problems with it.
We can all agree that the dystopian whatever is much more interesting than
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
But most of us wouldn't live through it, so it wouldn't matter. I mean, our supermarkets be down in 3 days. You know,
Right,
we'd be
right.
starving within a week. You know.
what's the line? If you it's all well and good for you to have a garden in case the end of the world comes, but if you don't have a gun,
Gun,
well,
yeah.
you're just growing it for the guy down the street.
Right.
Yeah.
Just
And if you do have a gun, you're a target because they know you got shit. Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's no win situation there.
you just can't win.
You got to be a good storyteller because everybody needs a storyteller. That's the skill you got to work right now.
That's the skill.
In the preparation. If you're a real prepper, you'll practice your storytelling.
I was really annoyed that our two sections didn't meet up in the airport.
Oh yeah, right. That would have been awesome. Lance and I were heading out on our flight times, different flights, but same time.
We're like, oh, we'll grab a sandwich.
Yeah, let's
and
grab a thing and play a game or whatever.
Grab a
Just chat.
sandwich.
yeah, that's what happened. See, you wanted to play a game, and so then
Nah,
the life stepped in.
or just chat.
Evan and them damn games.
Games are the worst.
Always playing, Evan.
Oh,
You're
you
always playing.
What did you like at the Origins there, Evan? What game?
What I like? Well,
Yeah,
I mostly played prototypes. So nothing you would have heard of. But let's see. I did get to play Coloma, the new one.
Trying to remember if I played.
Have you heard of Coloma?
Was
I
Johnny
had-
Pack there?
No, Johnny Pack wasn't there, but Will Brown, the Hunger Gamer, had the copy with him.
Gotcha. Because I would have
Oh,
liked to have
yeah.
talked to Johnny Pack. I like Johnny.
I like Johnny too. No, I don't think he came out for this one, or at least if he was there, I didn't know. But
He's a straight shooter, that Johnny Pack.
yeah, he is.
In his Facebook group, I fucking love board games.
Yeah, right. He gets the fucking job done. I'm still ready for that channel, Lance.
Oh yeah. It's when you move some meeples, you collect some resources, an hour later you're done. It gets the fucking job done. It's like,
It would be so good.
yeah,
Boom, gets the fucking job done.
gets the fucking job
You'd have
done.
like three ratings. It's shit. It gets the fucking job done. It's pretty good.
And I thought this was I'd play this again.
Yeah, I would play this again. Is your best rank.
Oh, everybody like stops. Oh, wait, what did he say? You play it
You would play
again.
what again? Oh my gosh, I need to look that up on PG.
Write it down. I tuned into that channel. All right. Well, when is this magnum opus coming out there for us? After all these notes you're taking.
I mean, hopefully tomorrow. Obviously, I want to capitalize on the buzz.
Well, you're
You're
gonna
saying that
you're
you're high
obviously
right
gonna
now.
like script this out, right? And be super professional with it.
What?
Have you seen
This is me scripting it out, Lance. This is me having the script.
Whoa.
A blank page?
That's so far. It's 3 pages.
He shows it to us, and it's just like swirly.
This is what it
It's
looks
like-
like.
I normally have no script at all, so this is the script. It's 3 pages so far, but it's just me. It's just cliff notes about each of the projects.
Does Cliff know you have his notes?
Fuck
Dude,
Cliff.
that Cliff, he makes some good notes. They're concise.
What was the Stephen Wright joke about Cliff's notes? He was
I
like,
don't know.
my uncle created Cliff's notes. I said, how'd you come up with the idea? He's like, well, one day well, let me sum it up. Because it's the Cliff's notes.
No, I get it. No, I get it. I liked it. Appreciate
You
it.
liked it? You sure? Or if you don't,
Did I play any other published games at Origins? I don't know if I did. I played After the Empire, but that's not a surprise.
no, it's not a surprise.
Did you get the rules right?
No,
Always get the rules right,
now.
even when I'm wrong.
I'm the designer. I can change these rules whenever the fuck I want.
Oh, I forgot to tell you guys this rule in this moment now when I'm going to crush you with it. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Next
So you
time, you'll do better. Crack a few eggs to make it up.
Exactly.
Those poor eggs.
4 eggs.
All right, it's getting late, I suppose.
Damn it! I still got 4 more. Keep going.
You'll get there. I have faith in you. Everybody, we'll be back again next week. It'll be the day after the glorious birthday of our country. So hopefully we'll all have our fingers and our toes. But
I won.
what?
I know I will. I don't know about you.
Yeah, so I mean, but yeah, be
I let the
careful.
professionals do it.
As the Simpsons celebrate the birthday of your country by blowing up a small part of it. I don't know. I think I'm heading. I'm going to the in-laws lake cabin this weekend. I know I'm doing that, but not. I think we'll just. There's an old deserted road that we once almost burned down the field next to it, and we're gonna go shoot off some fireworks.
Try
there.
again.
That was actually I had to laugh because my dad, my son was like, "Dad," and I was like, "What?" I was like, "There's a fire." Uh-huh. And I look over and there's like this fire. There is a fire.
I don't think you would lie.
Yeah. So luckily we had brought a big jug of water for just such an occasion.
Yeah.
My wife had the presence of mind to do so. So
Wow, that was a good
all
job.
credit to her.
Yeah.
But yeah, so then we raced over and there was this perfect circle of fire in this field, looked like a crop circle. It was impressive, like the aliens had come.
Damn oofers.
So
That's the best place to light fireworks. So
Earth is the best place.
Yes.
Well, I heard Earth girls are easy, so you know.
I also
I
heard
saw a documentary about that once.
I did
That was the Jeff Goldblum
Jeff
vehicle.
Goldblum.
Yeah.
It was Damon.
And
Wayans.
who was that? Melanie Griffith? Was that the Earth girl that was easy?
No,
No,
it
it
was
was,
what's her butt? Gina Davis,
Yeah, Jesus.
right?
No, wait.
Wasn't it Gina Davis?
Or was it the other one?
The other one.
The other one.
The one. What was the?
There was another actress in that.
What was
same
the actress
time
that
was
married
very
Gene
similar to
Simmons?
Carol
Gene Simmons.
Alt.
Is that her? Oh no, I'm thinking of different lady. Never mind.
No, it was Jim Carrey, Damon Wayans, and Jeff Goldblum.
Oh, what are you talking about? The alien one?
Yeah.
And I think it was Gina Davis.
That's a good movie. Evolved? Is that it? Evolved?
No,
No,
Earth Girls
that
Are
was
Easy.
easy.
Earth Girls Are Easy.
Earth girls are easy.
Gina
What we're talking
Davis,
about.
Gina
Jeff
Davis. Yeah.
Goldblum, Jim Carrey, Damon Wayans. It also had Julie Brown
Downtown
Yeah.
Julie Brown?
and Charles Rocket.
Charles.
Oh, the rating on IMDb is 5.4 out of 10. Ouch.
Solid.
Ouch.
Yeah, that tracks.
Ouch. That's rough.
Why is that rough? I mean, it was just a garbage.
It was
Yeah.
fun. I liked it. It was 1988. What are you gonna do? You know.
Oh, you know what I was happy to see because they had Showtime in all the rooms that at the Hilton. I was going through
Little
their
Red
movies.
Shoe
They had the Big Lebowski, and it had been
yeah.
a long time since I'd watched the Big Lebowski because it wasn't streaming in anything, and I don't have any more DVDs anymore. And I sat there and I watched the Big Lebowski, and first time in well over a year, and I could still quote 95% of the movie, and I just sat there giggling the entire time.
It's still held up, huh?
Oh man, that movie's so good.
It's awesome.
That
It's
new
just-
Hilton edition's amazing.
yeah.
The Hilton.
But yeah, no, I mean, it was like the music, everything, just it's little nuances here and there, you know, just
What the heck is that all about?
just so good. You know, it's like, you know, the fact that like, yeah, I mean, it's just such an old movie now though too. It's
It
like,
is.
Mm-hmm.
but it's
Because you're old, Lance. We're all getting old.
well, yeah, but I mean,
When did that come out? What was that like?
what was it
90
98 96 96 or 98? I'm gonna go with.
Wow. Oh yeah, 98, huh?
Yeah.
Jeez. I thought it. Yeah, in the back of my brain, I was thinking early 2000s. But fair enough.
It was a good movie.
Yes,
Me
it
and Jen
was.
just talked about a movie like that.
Yes, it was.
What the hell was it?
That was 25 years ago, gentlemen.
And the whole idea of that, the whole idea, the way they came up with that movie was they had that. There's the moment where he says, he goes, they peed on the dude's rug, and then they say it really held the room together, and that was like a thing that the guy would say, like the actual Lebowski said he had this rug, and they said that it really held the room together. That was his thing that they said, and they took that one line, and then they just built like the whole
Built a whole movie around it.
the whole
That's
movie
funny.
around the rug.
Yeah.
And if you watch it, and if you actually watch film noir type movies,
Yeah.
like it really is a noir movie. It's kind of crazy if like it's that it's like that, like as far as like the weird lady and everybody hiring the same. If you've watched any classic noir detective movies, you know, but I mean obviously
Chinatown.
it's like
It's the
Chinatown
Dr.
or
Farewell.
Maltese Falcon
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
stuff like that. It's it's kind of a spoof in a way, but
Yeah.
I mean
Who was that? Julianne Moore, right?
Julianne Moore,
Yeah.
a young and mysterious Julianne Moore.
Ooh.
Has she been
She's
in
still
anything
active for a
lately?
while. What's that?
Has Julianne Moore been in anything lately? I can't even remember.
Probably. I don't know.
I mean, probably something. But I'm just wondering, like, I mean, like, literally, like, haven't.
I barely watch anything anymore, so what do I do?
I barely pay attention to anything anymore.
Barely.
I can't be bothered
I
to stay awake
can't be
most
bothered.
days.
I actually watched a pretty decent series, The White House Plumbers with Woody Harris. It was about Watergate.
That looked good. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I waited till it ended and I watched it straight through while all this rain had me down.
62.
It was a pretty fun. If all this shit is like even somewhat true that happened in the series, it was pretty wild what fucking happened.
Well, that's because isn't it like he's one of the people that broke in and stuff.
Woody Harrelson was like him and another guy were the two guys that were like organizing all this, taking orders from a guy above him, but essentially from the president.
Oh, she's still working, man.
When'd she get off?
Yeah.
As often as she likes.
Yeah, that's probably true. She's still working.
Is she?
She's got like 3 or 4 credits every year.
Oh wow.
2 to 4 credits every year.
Must be some art house.
Glad you
film or
clarified
something.
that.
Yeah,
I
glad.
mean, just in case, I don't want to misrepresent.
'Cause I can't think of a movie I've seen her in forever. And for a while there, she was in a ton of stuff. She was getting a lot of work.
Yeah.
But I can't remember. Like I said, I just can't think of anything she's been in.
Was in a few more a slightly more number of movies in the earlier years. Per year, but not by a lot. 99 was a big year. 97 was a big year.
Couldn't tell you. All right, I was serious though. I gotta go to bed. It's getting late. All right, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Blah blah blah
Good
blah.
night, everyone.
We'll be back at it normal times. Yeah. Be good to yourselves.